работаем. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Vanguard Proving Grounds. That's right, it is the penultimate day of the Proving Battlefield. Vanguard have entertained us for 3 exceptional outings so far, including 2 last weekend and 1 so far this. But it's time to take the crown and put it firmly on top of the champions' heads today. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get to see a battle just to be able to get a chance at knocking Unknown from what at this moment in time is clearly favourites to be able to take the Proving Grounds title. None other than given to you by the mythical powers and support that is working in the background from the Vanguard squad. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as always, on a super chilled and relaxed Sunday, I am your captain of the Bald, the Yap, and the Crazy Chat. My name is Cracked Wisdom, and I'm going to be joined again by the man, the myth, the legend, and the labs advocate by the looks of that background today. Kirk on the lurk, not just lurking, but also here to yap too, so we can deliver you this amazing action. Kirk, how are we doing? Welcome in.
I'm great. Thank you very much. I've been blessed to be able to be here the last couple of the first 2 and 3 days, and now I'm here for the fourth to finally close it out of this total 4-day tournament that we have going on. And Unknown, man, they're at the top, and today they may be dethroned, but we can only hope that possibly a new victor can come out on top. But if you're an Unknown fan, I think you're pretty confident with today's games and how they're going to end up in the total end of things. So yesterday was a banger. So many different games that were crazy. We had a 9-0 for the Pandas that took down Epic Fails Div 2, and then the Pandas went on to also beat Redacted Society, where they were up so many rounds. Redacted Society came back a little bit, and then Zachrix came out of nowhere and made the play of a lifetime and saved the Pandas and pushed them forward to the win on Bay 5. New Dawn came out and beat Phoenix on Bowl 9-4, where Slaughter's nades were single-handedly making huge strides to be able to put New Dawn up in advantage positions, and as well as Invictus going crazy against Aquila, which is a huge 9-2. Didn't expect that at all on Bowl. So yesterday was so eventful, and we can only assume that today will be even better.
Map, regardless, it's going to be a clash of the titans for all of the teams looking to try and take a chance at knocking Unknown off the top spot today. I mean, we get to look at Invictus, we get to look at Pandemic X, we get to look at New Dawn, and that's simply a round robin to begin with to be able to claim 2 of the 3 spots for the battle for the top of the Proving Grounds tables, and that would be the first through third slots. All right, the 2 victorious teams in our first round robin, our first 3 matches, they will solidify themselves one of those top 3 seeds. So from the get-go today, folks, it is important. Every match counts, every round counts, and every kill actually counts, because in that round robin, should one team take a round off of each of the other teams respectively, and we end up with a 1-1-1 win to loss ratio across all of the maps, then it goes down to round difference, then it goes down to the amount of kills that the players have put down for the team, then it goes down to an overall average team KD. So, there is a lot on the line as second you get out of the gates today. So every team is going to be trying to slam hard, get early points on the board, and I think, Kirk, given how long the day can be today as well, and how long they've already been playing for across the last 2 weekends, the quicker matches are going to benefit teams from the endurance factor too.
Yeah, so we have a total of 5 games today. And of course, like we were mentioning, it's a big round robin coming up to start, and then whoever comes out on top of that round robin will go on to face Unknown. So a total number of matches of 5, and make sure that you stay tuned for every single one of them, because we're going to be going nonstop. There will be one small break after the 3rd game, but that's it, right? Hopefully everything goes smoothly, and we can just cruise right through this in a total probably 4 or 5 hours of just straight raw arena action that we've been waiting for the last 3 days here. It's going to be explosive, and up first, of course, we have Invictus versus the Pandas. I'll going on to Bay 5 there, which is one of the maps out of sort of the group that hasn't had as much favor as Bowl and Fort has.
I'm not going to lie, I do love me a good Fort. Okay, Fort is one of those maps that really brings the chaos. It's definitely something that the Pandemic team have shown us in recent matches that they have a lot of skill on. Yeah, so it's definitely one that I think is going to be in the mix, bearing in mind Pandemic is one of the teams we've got on the table today to fight for the spot versus Unknown. Predictions wise, I'm curious, Kirk, what do you think when it comes to this round robin? Are your 2 teams that make it through? Which of those 2 teams do you think is going to be successful to be able to take on Unknown? And do you think that any of the teams today have what it takes to be able to upset the favorites.
Well, speaking of like upsets, I mean, we know how strong Invictus can be, but I honestly did not expect a 9-2 win against Aquila. Right? Aquila has a team of very, very talented players,
Fair.
but a 9-2 just kind of blew my mind a little bit. And you know, the game that they played before that, day 2, it wasn't as crazy as a 9-2. But, you know, I expected Aquila to come up at least 4 or 5 rounds there. So I think it was really, really exciting to see that, and surprising to the fact where they may be able to pull off something similar against that of perhaps the Pandas. But we'll see. I think it'll be a lot harder fight because the Pandas, like you mentioned yesterday to me, was one of the top seeded teams, right? So if I had to pick out of these two teams that would have a higher chance, I think it would just be the Pandas based off of straight, you know, history of the roster and what they're capable of, and so far how they've been playing in this tournament. However, I think if New Dawn wants to come up and try to take that place, they have quite a order to fill. Absolutely.
Okay. So, agreeing or disagreeing is we're going to throw that out the window. I think that these first 3 matches are really going to tell us a lot about the scene, and I'm actually really excited to see the last 2 of the first 3. That sounds horrible in a sense, but allow me to elaborate a little bit. Invictus versus Pandemic X, I know is going to be an explosive, good, close game. And I'm almost 100% convinced that the Invictus versus Pandemic X match is probably going to be repeated for Game 4 for the day, as to who is going to then take on Unknown. I think I agree that in this sense, New Dawn is probably the third favored out of the 3 teams. No disrespect to New Dawn, they have 100% been performing exceptionally well throughout the proving grounds and have earned their spot where they are today. But I think this is where the chalk and the cheese has been separated, and now we're looking at the finely matured cheeses. And unfortunately, at this point in time, New Dawn's one of those, you know, already pre-sliced 10 packs that's a good bang value for your buck, but I don't think it's going to carry in with the cream of the crop today. Multiple highlights from the New Dawn squad throughout all of their games so far. They've performed exceptionally well, but it's another level. And we've seen this from the likes of their opponents in the 2 here today, Pandemic X and Invictus, our first lineup. They both have made it look exceptionally hard to even take rounds off of them, let alone a closely contested game with an underdog, which is where New Dawn has 100% shown their authority. That's going to come in the later 2 matches. The first one for the day is Pandemic X versus Invictus, and your lineups are as follows. Oberstorm, the Apollo, Head Eyes Doctor, Europe, and Zachrix going to be joined alongside Ghost of Customs and Tizzy. And we've seen all different variations of this lineup throughout the tournament so far. Every one of the 7 players being showcased in the Proving Grounds. And Kirk, they took their chance to play, shall we say, some of the less experienced members at the right time, but I don't think they're going to get to make that chance today against this Invictus lineup, are they?
No, this Invictus lineup is sort of an amalgamation of like a dream team combination, right? Like if anybody has been around in the NA scene for a little bit, and you perhaps were fans of Master X in the past or fans of Eclipse, this is sort of a amalgamation of those some of the players from those 2 teams where they came together and formed this Invictus roster. So we have IFP, Judicious, Jess, Dev the Myth, Nuclear, and of course on the sub list we have Tippy and Murder. And if not mistaken, it is Tippy and Dev that come from Eclipse, and then it's IFP and Jess that are coming from Master X.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, absolutely. Great information for the folks at home to follow some of these players, because I think the scenes at the moment are shifting both in the NA region and the EU region at the moment as well. Obviously, the socials have just popped a little post this morning about the Pinnacle Tournament, which is going to fill everybody's calendars for next weekend, after the legends here in Vanguard and Luke Goblin combined have kept us entertained for the last 2 weekends. We are going to be cracking on to the first map between these 2 teams for today. Our first map we're going to get to feature. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Bay 5, Invictus versus Pandemic X, and I'm curious to see who people think are going to win this one. Personally, Kirk, this is very tough to bet against Invictus with how dominant they've been so far throughout the tournament, but I have to stay true to my core, and I believe in Mr. Consistent. The Apollo is the Mr. Consistent of this Pandemic team, and I feel like that might just be the difference maker on the table today for me. I think it's a close match. I think it's 9-7 regardless of which way this goes. But I think Panderic might have the edge to take it here on Bay 5.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think Pandas will probably come out on top near the end, but of course, I think it'll be a very, very hard-fought game. And I also want to make a correction. I didn't make any mistakes, but of course, Judicious also comes from the Master X lineup as well. So that's another member there that I had to make sure that I got them from. Oh, actually, Nuclear was on Unknown's reserve roster at one point too. So this is just like a whole group of 3 separate teams kind of having a couple members come off and then drawing it on to this dream team lineup that has been Invictus so far, right? So they have so much experience, and they probably have a little bit of a understanding of how a lot of these teams kind of come out and play with possible strat recognitions and quick thinking on that term. So it's really good. It's going to be awesome to see the amount of versatility that these teams have, which is a word that me and Tilted Havoc were using a lot. Versatility and adaptability, right? To be able to, still have the same awesome, drive that you have on a side swap, the same drive that you have when perhaps that your snowball stops rolling and you're down a couple of rounds, right? And it can still come out here and play at 110% at all times.
So, as we do finally find our way into the first match of the day, and I only say finally because of my anticipation. I'm very eager to get into the action, but it's time to announce a little something, ladies and gentlemen. As all good gamers do, as all gamers do actually, regardless of whether you're good or not, then you get a year older at some point throughout the year on a specific day. We call it a birthday. And one wonderful watcher in the chat by the name of Watchful might just be 1 year older today, ladies and gentlemen. So can we get a W Washed Gamer in the chat in celebration of Watchful's birthday?
Wait, yeah. What?
Happy birthday out there, you absolute nerd. W Washed Gamer. The old man getting 1 year older. Congratulations, Watchful. And ladies and gentlemen, Bay 5, Invictus versus Panderic.
Last time we saw the Pandas yesterday on Bay 5, it was against Redacted Society. They took it home 9-4. See what they can do here today against an arguably stronger team in Invictus. Pretty standard stuff going on right now. We haven't seen too much of an attacking split like this from the Pandas. But now they're starting to come a little bit more together. Oberstrom with a very fast shot to the head. Make that 2, I think. A couple of them connected. Jess gets a little bit of information to pass that off to his team as well. So now that it's down to an even body count, things are going to sort of escalate their way as the time falls to 55 seconds.
I like a good wine. It's going to decant. It needs to be separated away from the chaff. We're going to just allow it to age slowly. Get another level of class and execution. Speaking of which, Panderic squad are going to decide to reassert this pressure towards the A side. Good gosh, talk about cooking, ladies and gentlemen. Straight out of the frying pan and into the fire. Oberstorm underarm lobs himself a 2-piece, and the site becomes Panderic's.
Oberstrom might have to get on the horn with Slaughter there and possibly have a grenade off.
Ooh.
IFP starts making rounds into sight, however. He's very, very concerned about that rat corner, as he should be. There's usually always somebody there. Head eyes, though, down to all up to IFP, and Europe's going to very, very close range take his chest and blow it out of the park with that 338 that we all know and love.
Well, both of them are going to get a chance to have a go at that later on today. Remember, New Dawn going to be taking on both Panderic X and Invictus in the next 2 matches. So we're going to get to see whether New Dawn are able to match on this utility, shall we say. I'm just keeping an eye on the chat because I'm sure they'll be catching up. We're getting some W Wash gamers in there for the happy birthday. I'd love to see it. Classic, classic, classic.
Yeah, happy birthday to Watchful, and also happy Mother's Day to any moms in the chat.
Exactly.
That would be pretty rare, I think, a rare occurrence for there to be any mothers in chat. But hey, maybe Steffi's in here or something like that.
Poor Watchful. Interesting that. Speaking of poor, Oberstorm's going to make Nuclear feel a little bit painful. And IFP deciding that revenge is the one that's on the cards. He's going to claim the life of a panda back for his fallen teammate. Friend or foe, irrelevant. Both teams are matched 1 apiece so far. They see Europe just flexing the thumb a little bit. stretch that scope using the variable zoom to his advantage and try and complete cover of that alley as... You're kidding.
What?
Jez tanks it. A man of steel. Is this going to pay off as well? Yes, no, but Thompson thinks it's not there. He misses the shot. Jez! No! It was so good.
To ring up, but look at this. 45 seconds. The bomb's down. Tizzy, Head Eyes, and Oberst Tom going to try to make their way and swim around, possibly. Try to not be too bunched up here. But Judicious, he hasn't really done too much to help Dev in this current moment. Dev's a little bit stuck, so he's going to be forced to go around the other way. And, you know, they have 3 members that they're going to be peeking into at the exact same time here.
Yeah, Jude's in the top spot. Dev's trying to wiggle some information out by working the audio on the far side of the site. But as Jude plays in towards headshot box, he's just going to leave himself open because there's too many angles to have to clear and too many pandas left alive to throw bamboo canes at them. Great work overall from the Panderic squad. Will gather them a 2-0 lead so far.
All right, well, Oberst Tom within the second round. 5 kills, 0 deaths. This man's cooking up something. He was usually not the one with the highest amount of kills yesterday. But you know, he's feeling it today. You know, he hasn't, his coffee hasn't worn off just yet. It's still somewhat early in gamer hours, if you will, so he's ready to go.
Speaking of coffee, that's a good shout, although it's been so warm today. I think hot drinks are off the menu. It's cold drinks all around us. We're enjoying the sun in the UK for sure. Speaking of enjoying the sun, a couple of these guys are not going to want to look up towards the sun as that utility is going to continue to rain hell from above. Oberstorm, underarm one out. That looks bound for Dev. And it's just to duck away from it. He does take a little bit of damage, does Dev. But again, we see Invictus not being scared out of their positions or intimidated by gunfire through boxes or by utility.
Yeah, they're definitely not scared of anything. They've yet to even move from their original positions, and there is a little bit of slight aggressiveness coming out from one of the Invictus members near mid. He got a little bit closer there, and now he's going to make himself known with the Saiga. Nobody there to respond to that at the current moment, but everyone's playing extremely slow right now, right? This is where tides could turn at a moment's notice, so you got to make sure that your plays and your strategies are up to par with the highest level possible. And Tom is trying to get a little slick on the IFP right now, but IFP backs up, and Tom could have had his head there.
Got to look at the map, though. Look at what Panderic X are doing to the general overall on the macro. So the lines of scrimmage were drawn out, and that pressure from Panderic and the challenge or the no challenge from Invictus has given them full mid control. This is allowing them to start to execute towards this B site. The duel from top mid to red actually goes in the favor of the Invictus lineup. Dishus picks up the first. The second is then followed up as Dev Demyth knows that he has space to be able to swing towards hell with his back now saved. That allows him access to Ghost of Customs and the site squad, but it actually goes in the favor of Panderic. Now, with 2 members strong on site and the one in the middle of the sandwich, Tizzy gets 1, Dev's 2! Tizzy, you can't be doing this! On the pro scene, from the bench, Tizzy comes back with an absolute slammer of 2 and opens the round back up for Panderic in a 2v2 post-plant 40 on the clock.
The Pandas had this. They had this in their grasp. It was so close. Tizzy came around and just went so crazy.
He shouldn't be able to 1v4 like that. He just shouldn't. Ghost of Customs has got the better swing. The left hand versus right hand. Ghost of Customs is going to be backed up by Head Eyes. And the Pandas survive round 3 off some exceptional work with Tizzy in a 1v4. Finds 2 somehow. It's ridiculous. How does he get 2 for free in that space?
I mean, the first one was a, I wouldn't say a given, you know, it was a pretty fair 1v1, but as
True.
that fight was about to end, he was already receiving shots in the back. That okay, and he turned around very fast and instantly got that next kill.
What did he say?
Round 4, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we'll go to this one.
Breaking news brought to you, Tizzy with back shots from round 3 manages to survive as the Pandas pull out a 3rd in a row. An untouched scoreline so far, as well as Invictus have played really well so far, but the Pandas have been able to close out the bottom half of the rounds in a lot more confidence than we've seen from Invictus' side. This time Europe, well, he's going places, and he's finding faces. Dev Demyth with the headshot, first down. Connector versus Overstorm. Dishes, still juicy.
Oh, that 45 rounder almost comes in clutch. Shots don't connect though as Jess goes to try to replace his teammate Europe. gets the kill on Judicious, but Nuclear's in there, ready to respond, and it goes to Customs, and yes, falls shortly behind on the head of Eyes Europe, though he's not out of the fight just yet, and he has 2 to deal with straight in front of him. He's going to back out, that Thorax is red, and perhaps switch over to that RFB that he's got as a backup.
I mean, Europe has the potential to be able to take this. Bomb on site, planted. 2v, pressure diffused, probably with the call. Europe only needs to be able to pick one to make this difficult. He is on a bolty, and I agree with you, the RFB is the play right now. You're going to need that semi-auto fire rate just to be able to clear angles, connections there. Little adjustment on site. He's going to try and challenge Jez, but good shots from the Invictus squad will close it out. First on the board.
Hey, regardless of Europe, you know, not coming out on top there, I think he made the best play possible, right? He knew that there was 2 players in front of him, and he knew that he only had a bullet for one of them. So he backs up to a point where he could potentially get a 1v1 or a solo peek to where he's not getting peeked by 2 people at the exact same time, right? So he recognizes that, backs up, and that's extremely good management with your positioning and recognition of enemy positions as well.
It's a half and half though, right? Because the Invictus squad leave the member on site on their own to fight. Jez, more than capable of winning the one, but that second member actually abandons at the time that the Panderic squad are swinging site. The last member is trying to claim those 2 kills, and you've got to feel that if Europe finds a good shot on the first, there's a potential to make that messy. Speaking of Europe, first blood, round number 5 goes to Europe, and that TRG is again popping off to the Pandas' benefit.
Across the map, Judicious starts it off for the Invictus lineup to finally get one after Jess fallen shortly before. Now the execution on the site is going to come out a little bit earlier this time for the Pandas, who normally like to wait a little bit. Europe starts it off, and that's going to signal the bell to call all hell rain loose onto site.
Tizzy's got himself one for a response. It's going to be Oberstomp picking up Nuclear. I was about to say that's a very weak water push into the back alley. That, however, is what we're looking for from Judicious. Some authority being shoved into office as the spear and the secondary in his hands. Actually stolen somebody else's spear to try and work his way out of this, but 2 weapons do not solve the last remaining problems from the Pandas, and that's going to be 4-1 to put another one on the board and extend that gap back to 3.
One of the big things I got to appreciate about the Pandas is that yesterday in the first game, they had one of the subs filled in, Ghost of Customs, and then, you know, they played pretty good, but the game after, they had both of their subs in, and then they played even better, going a 9-0. And then this is the game where they have that same roster from the second game of yesterday. They have both of the reserve players in right now, and, you know, replacing Apollo and Zachrix. So it's still unbelievable that they can have 7 total players, all within a high skill level where, you know, sometimes it may be a little bit difficult to put the resources into training your reserve players up to the same level as your main roster.
I mean, we've said this multiple times about the skill level that's popped off, and it's definitely that this roster does not extend to 5, but it extends comfortably to 7.
Oh, yeah. Like, if this was a 7v7 game, I think the Pandas would be on top by far.
Oh my word. That doesn't bear thinking about, actually. That is a scary thought process in itself. Speaking of scary, IFP was, until he's shut down by Tizzy. Invictus do have themselves a man advantage. They also have good pressure across both sites and control. Now look at this, Kirk. This is a good thing to see from the defending side. 2 members holding B together, 2 members holding A together. The bomb is down in Panderic's control, but Invictus are not going to drop the ball by overcommitting to put pressure on it. They're just going to retain that hold. Never mind, Tizzy is going to decide that pressure is required in mid. And Jude playing it smart. Jude's playing it insanely smart right now. They have to check this jump across and jump from Panderic to double swing. Jude gets 1, Jude gets 2, Jude gets 3! You gotta be kidding me! Oh my word! No!
And that is the small distinction of 30 and 45. What that can do for you and the team is simply amazing things. A triple kill comes out for Judicious with the 45 round 7 and 40 AK-12.
Nah, 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 nah. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, Jude. It's very much the feeling of what just happened to the Panderic squad. That is unfortunate. Oh, my word.
They even peeked it so well. They did a jump peek to distract
They
him
really
while the other
did.
one sent in, and it just didn't work, man. He
It's
had
honestly, It's a 10 out of 10 from Jude. You can't fault him there. His execution, they executed well. He just was better. Like, honestly, that's a phenomenal set of shots to be winning that there.
Look, Dev's going to give callouts now that every single member was up in those second level crates, and they all decided to run away, so that should give an even opportunity for a rotate to be matched here. However, you know, execution on site hasn't happened just yet, and there's still plenty of time on the clock to go for
you hit the nail on the head too as well, and Panderic have also, on the tempo, they've sent all 4. They didn't decide to split it like the defending team has to. They've full committed to this A-site swap out, and all 4 members are fully flooding now. 1 down, 2 back alley control, 1 door's going to be tough. Overstomp finds 1. Jez has got the response though. Ghost of Customs is actually finding the revival and the resurgence as Victor's left with 2 members alive. And there's 1 playing stealth in the alley right now, trying to find his way into sight as Panderic have fully planted and 40 seconds left on the clock to defuse. What a crazy site entrance. Tizzy closes out as well in the back end.
It's all up to Jess in this current moment. Clutch player that Jess can be. Is it enough? In 25 seconds, can you single-handedly hold off the Pandas? Just what we thought Europe would try to get a little bit of slick with it. It's going to be Tizzy actually in the background to be able to take Jess and put Pandas up to a 5-round win right now. 3 up on Invictus.
Damn. Love to see the support in the chat. Everybody really getting locked in for this game so far, and the way that Invictus are starting to wake up a little bit. I think everybody's right to be locking in, because this is not setting to be the steamroll that Panderic had opened up with. They absolutely have shown to be way more dominant on their attacking side so far, but after the first couple of rounds have gone down, Invictus have started to respond and adapt extremely well to the Panderic pressure. Nuclear on the off angle is going to avoid the wallbang from Overstorm through the inside of sight out to back alley. 2 on the door, though, is going to be strong from Invictus.
You see Tom go for it right there. He was real confident, and then the second he saw something, he backed right up.
Drop the mic.
See, this is
spun on the diamond left.
You get a kill on site, and then you decide to rotate off of that. Interesting. Dev holding down the mid lane, grabbing 1, goes back in, but as we can hear in the background, he definitely wants another. He's hungry right now. That Vector shred you up for sure. Can reposition. Head-Eye's the first one with the bomb here, but Ghost of Customs will probably replace him. You don't need to the bomb first. There he is. Okay, Ghost of Customs actually reads it perfectly. Straight to the head, and now free bomb plant will go down. And a nice flankaroo here for Judas to maybe try to take Europe down.
What? Does he hits those! Kirk, no, he's ready in position. This could be Jude turning it around. I had to stop myself saying it out loud before it happened, not to curse him. He hits those all day long, and this is going to inspire the Invictus lineup to move. Jude's on a tear. He's on for a second. It's Tizzy that's down. The third comes from Nuclear from the door. Ghost of Customs is left as the last standing, and he's not standing for long. Goodbye, Sweet Prince. Invictus has come alive.
You know, this is the Proving Grounds tournament. This is not the most highest level S+ tournament, but it is round 9 going on to, and we are already screaming, and my voice is going to be gone by the end of the second game.
Well, yeah, because the tournament was built to such an exceptional standard, and the fact that the Proving Grounds has been built with a mindset in the background of it being a Proving Grounds. Every team is not just cast out after a loss. Every team is given 1, 2, maybe even more chances if they earn it to be able to take a shot at the top dogs. And if they don't get it the first time around, then they have to prove themselves against the rest of the table that also earned the 1 chance and find themselves a second chance and a third chance. And I'm going to be honest with you, that's why this has been such a delight to watch and cast this, because, you know, these teams have seen each other once or twice throughout this already and have had close matches. So this is like a further extension of that storyline going on. And every team's got a chance in this. Like, the previous 3 days worth of gameplay is out of the window now. It just matters whether you win this map here. And that's why it's a Proving Grounds. You can rise from the ashes. You can turn it around. Overstorm can drop bombs on heads as Nuclear finds Head-Eye as the response. 1 for 1 so far. Whoa, never mind. Kill feed floods. 3 apiece. Dev, the Myth for 1. Overstorm and Tizzy, they'll have 2 back in response. It's 2v3. And Panderic has the bomb dropped inside a connector.
Judicious and Jez look like they're going to need an emergency doctor at the current moment, but Jez just decides, you know what, my health doesn't matter, I'm just going to continue to slay, and makes it down to an even scoreline. However, Europe in the background is still ready for one of them to go pick up the bomb. and try to make a plant. But I think Jess is grabbing meds right now, or is there an issue with the bomb?
No, he's boosting. He's setting for a boost just in case he needs it to be able to get off. Jude's going to call close pressure. Second set of shots to spray to avoid the pressure. The reswing on the right side is Jez and Jude together are making magic happen. Oh, the conductors in the cathedral. The organ is piping on full blast as the Invictus members dance circles around their enemies on the site. It's just, honestly, Kirk, we might as well be Jekyll and Hyde in the casting booth right now, where you are looking at the players that are left on the table and you're like, well, it's 2v3, it's just not looking very good, but then I'm going to have to remind you and change perspective that it's Jez and it's Judicious, two members who are known, even yourself, back when Jez first realistically properly introduced himself to the scene. You were the first to tout him, Kirk, were you not? Very impressed with how good this player is, and well, they're showing it again today.
Yeah, I definitely have a fond memory of Jess on Bull and back on Master X. Very, very talented player. Invictus have come back, though. The last round was the first round of the side swap. Invictus clutched it up with a crazy, crazy buddy system play, even when they were low on health.
This is an interesting one. The bomb has gone round the outside, Tizzy gets one on the underside for Hell, but he's got beacon control. Where is the bomb going? Okay. Now, this is cooking right here. This becomes messy now because there's a 1v1 on Parkour, which needs to go in the favor of Invictus for the defending side of things.
Uh-oh, we got a battle in the harbor. When's the last time you seen this?
Well, mid's taking top control. Parkour goes off.
Oh!
Harbor wins. Bomb is on its own, but the mid player is trapped between two. Invictus right now have found themselves in a very sticky spot. The Bonner's in good space, but its supporting member is going to come through sandwich, and
wait,
there's no way to pincer this back member. There's no way to get to this back member here. No way.
No, nuclear. No, Tom's got him. Tom locks it down from the call out from his teammate.
That's your teammate, Tom! You had so
much
time! You had ample opportunity to see that armband. I think he's just way too locked in the circle. But can he redeem himself? No!
Oh,
Dev
no!
the Myth comes out to shut was Tom down, but he very well could have had a 2v1 to deal with.
I don't know how he ran through spawn without Tom hearing him.
Is discipline like... It's... Oh my word, that's a whole chaos of absolute anarchy right there. Because it's like trigger discipline to let the member cross spawn because you know you have his back. You then leave your teammate pincered because you don't know about Sandwich Guy. And then that teammate gets pincered and he gets a good kill trade. And Oberstorm here's running and he's going to assume that last left alive is the only person who's going to be running is not his team. What an absolutely wild round. Exceptional play from everybody. And even Oberstorm just getting caught in the heat of the moment.
He's got the prize pool, he's got the trophy, he's got the fame in his mind right now. He's just so locked in on that sometimes it can blind you.
But normally those are the kind of rounds that end with the joke and the meme in the team where you turn around and you say, well, he killed me, but he killed everybody else as well. This time, Dev the Myth does not even give him that one for free trade. He's not going to allow him the consolidation prize. He's just going to send him home packing with the sadness all in the sack. Jez, however, speaking of which, has found a pocket for a sack and the pinball goes out towards Oberstorm, who's been doing such exceptional work with utility on his own. Straight through the smoke from Ghost. Not quite the Ghost of the night in the fight. 45 on the clock, the bomb down.
Oh, Jess gets one, but it instantly gets traded back out by Head Eyes. The back alley control is what can single-handedly reverse a retake here, but they just have way too many members to deal with. Strike the numbers will overall prevail in this round, and off in the mid lane, Dev the Myth, always lurking, always doing something, and Tizzy falls to the AP rounds of the 45 vector.
This is insane.
Are up for the first time.
What a wild game for the first game of the day. We've not even gotten through the first... We've barely just gotten through the first half, and it is already on fire today.
This has got to be the most amount of action in any game so far in this tournament, and I'm not even saying that without hesitation. And it's not even over yet. Well, actually, it's Kirk and Cracked in the booth, so this will most likely go to overtime, and we're going to get even more.
True, true. Every time we say this as well, and I'm not going to lie to you, it's great to see players locked the heck in. Like, that is about as locked in as you get. To just, I mean, like you said, I definitely think it was time to register the armband there, but woes in the past. Invictus now also, like you said, in the lead by one, and they're on the attacking side, which you've got to think on Bay 5. You'd like to favour yourselves on the attack with how well you can stretch defense by just using audio to your advantage. This is a tough peak for Head Eyes to win, though, if he doesn't get himself these isolated ones. Oh, no IFP.
Oh,
Straight
no
behind the
way!
site.
I'm just so surprised, not even that Head Eyes can hit that, but that he can hit it with that scope. I hate that scope, and I can never hit anything with it. But man, Delta points, something can cook with him. See if he can cook against two more. Jess is ready to trade out his teammate Judicious, who's gonna put a little bit more attention towards the more middle of the pack there. Overs Tom starts to receive some shots, but he's gonna run out of ammo. Actually gets away with his life, but Jess does pick up Ghost of Custom to replace the position of Tom, and Judicious just ran straight through mid and somehow got away with that. And I think Tom almost runs into Jess, but backs out instead.
Tom's getting a little bit lost in the sauce now, but he's actually regained his wits about him, manages to find Judicious on the trade and sandwich as he follows him through, as well as another one on the rotation. But Dev the Myth and Head Eyes are about to duel down on their plat, and with Nuclear tucked back deep enough to be able to support either angle, Overstorm is really on the offensive. He has to cook Nuclear here in time to be able to force the 2v3. 32 on the clock, Invictus have the bomb down. Nuclear finds a crucial pick to level to 2v2. The bomb goes into backside. Dev's got one onto Head Eyes.
It's all up to Mr. Tom, and he has no teammates to kill this time, so he should be pretty locked in. Only 10 rounds. Tough, tough, tough. He has the right shoulder, but with so much little time on the clock, it's a tough one to beat. You waste that extra time hitting an ADS and potentially miss your shot, or do you just go for the hip fire? Personally, I would have used my laser, but maybe he didn't have that option.
Normally, Overstorm is an extremely resilient person. I mean, he's a businessman as well as a gamer, so should be able to handle this kind of a shake in the momentum, or the tempo, should we say, and then pull it back.
Oh, yeah,
At this moment in time,
absolutely.
I'm looking to Overstorm to try and find that way to reignite the spark in the Panderic squad right now, because it does feel like it's been a very quiet second half for the Pandas thus far. Invictus have got a grasp on this tempo. Look how quickly they're getting onto site as well. It's just dominance in numbers. This, though, is going to be quickly popping off as too many people swing at the same time. It does manage to find one from the trade, though. Jez shuts him down immediately before it gets dangerous. Ghost of Customs has one as well. Panderic have numbers, but the bomb again is planted, Kirk.
The kill feed's just going way too much at one time right now. Dev and Nuclear are the last one remaining. Nuclear in the middle of the site and still holding off one of the members, but they're trying to put a little bit more focus on Dev, but Dev shows them how it's done. He's going to back up to his teammate Nuclear.
Oh, what? There's
Absolutely
no way.
perfect. No, you need to back up. Work this buddy system. There's no reason to peek this at all. You back up and play
Thank you.
time.
So glad you said it. He's going to take it, though. Nuclear is confident. I mean, I'm not surprised, though, Kirk. Invictus are feeling themselves. They do want to be playing the time there. You are speaking words of wisdom, but it's fire in the scenes and it's fire in the booth. They don't want to give us chance to allow for a slow closeout in the round. Invictus just want to get this done right now.
All right, so if Invictus actually come back from this is one of the most crazy games I've ever watched. I don't know if you got any kids in the chat, but you better cover your ears because I'm going to drop my first F-bomb in this on a cast. This ain't a PG stream, so it's going to happen if Invictus come up.
There is no beep way that this is happening right now. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I haven't got a good beep soundboard. We need to get one of those recorded, actually.
Hey,
Just get the sound of a Saiga 12 full auto over it, right?
Okay. The TRG.
That's interesting, Nathan Overstorm. That's a good cook.
No way!
How good it is! Oh my word! I've seen that one before in the books. I'm thinking, hold up, this looks good. I don't think good, it's brilliant, and that might just be the thing that Panderic needed to be able to fight back. Europe's got one with the Balti in the alley, and suddenly again, the bamboo cane is strong. It's swinging. IFP, however, has other thoughts.
My
Oh,
goodness,
no.
Jess, no way. This could be it. The comeback of a lifetime in a 2 versus 5 situation. Jess and IFP. Last time it was Jess and Judicious. IFP's gonna step up, but Jess gets the kill to actually get them an advantage for the first time this round.
And it rests on the youngster. It rests on the man that made the play in mid, Tizzy, to be able to pull off the 1v2. The bomb is being planted. He has a chance to be able to pressure onto site. He's going to be able to find a pick and cut the close angle, but he's not going to be able to get the kill in time. The MCX does not quite do the damage needed, and the second trade comes through.
No,
Invictus
not the middle finger.
close it out with a 9-5. And what a phenomenal game that was. Panderic do drop a match to the Invictus squad after being in control for the first half of the game.
What the fuck did we just watch, Cracked?
It's it. It's done. Kirk is broke. We've officially broken Kirk, chat.
We saw that middle finger at the end there. I'm not sure who it was, but we'll be sending him the minimum $100,000 fine for that one for player misconduct. So we'll make sure that
That's
gets sent out right away.
That's the friendship flag. Yeah, that's the GG well played Tarkov at this point in time, I think. And the can't steal those friendly guys motto of showing the thumbs up all the time. Otherwise, everybody just becomes those friendly guys. So like I said, the middle finger flag is definitely something that's swaying its way in the wind, swung in the breeze way too many times. It's just honestly, what a phenomenal first match. And I mean, it's not the end either. Both teams are going to get to play New Dawn now, and both teams potentially could take a match against New Dawn, and then both teams essentially end up going back up against each other again for a shot at facing Unknown.
Well,
What a
maybe
ridiculous game.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe Invictus have potentially grabbed some new fans based off of that performance that we just saw. Insane gameplay, but if you're an Invictus fan, you're gonna have to wait because next up we had the Pandas back in the booth going up against New Dawn on Bay 5, actually the same map. So later on after that will be Invictus versus New Dawn, where we're gonna see some Skybridge, which I've been hearing from a pro player last night that I'm somewhat familiar with. He's letting me know that Skybridge is sort of just a 50-50 map, so that's kind of an interesting pick.
When you say 50-50, would you elaborate more for me? Can you give us some more of that amazing Kirk analysis that we're so fond of? Talk to me about what the depth is behind that, because as a Skybridge fan for the Outcasts, the ASPL team that I'm representing and playing with at the moment, we like Skybridge, and I don't think that it's that 50-50. I actually think that if you play smartly enough around the tempo of the map and how people assume that it's very 50-50, I actually think that map is a lot more malleable to good technical gameplay. That being said, ASPL and this level of gaming and the HPL level of competition are two drastically different levels of competition. And that's where maybe Proven Theory, different, more fast, dynamic environments would see those kind of strategies falling apart more. Teams that won't get pulled apart, defenses overstacking or overcommitting to a site or pulling off of audio as easily. I mean, we saw it here. In this game, we had 3 rounds, Kirk, didn't we? Where the top of mid was just a mess. We had 1v1s isolated on parkour, mid, red, maze, and on one of the 2 sites. And each individual fight's going off all at the same time. And it comes down to, for example, Tizzy in the 1v4 and still manages to find a miraculous 2 out of nowhere that definitely shouldn't have happened. It closes the Panderic squad a great round out early on. At a point where, I mean, forgive me if I'm yapping, but I would have been convinced that was a Panderic game up to round number 6 or 7, honestly.
Yeah, the first round kind of just, I think, put everyone's mental in sort of the Panda state. I think it was going pretty good for the Pandas for a long time, and all of a sudden, Invictus, they come out and just like against Aquila, right? Something else also surprising, they win 9-2, right? So I think it's just one of these really surprising teams, not in terms of the amount of skill they have. I mean, we know their skill, right? Like we know what they're made out of. They've been on previous successful rosters in the past, but of course, when they come together and perhaps have a different sort of play styles, but can all come together from different teams and still make it work regardless. So that is really, really cool to see. That I wouldn't even call it a sleeper team, right? Because they're just the word that you used yesterday. They're predicted to be a good team, however, they're not predicted to be top 2 out of all the teams that we have here today. But based off of that and what happened yesterday, man, I think my opinion is starting to change a little bit. But the Skybridge thing, right? The person who explained that to me, that was not my opinion. That was someone that came. That was an opinion that came from somebody that you actually know better than me, and someone that has been in this exact seat that I'm in right now. Discount Austin Powers from the Epic Fails Div 2 roster was explaining to me last night that he doesn't like Skybridge because he thinks it's sort of just a 50-50 gamble. It has something to do with the way the lanes are set up and how if you kind of win one lane, or the way you can set up your team is um there's no way you can put your team in sort of a advantage position, just kind of the way that the map is so even. I'm guessing that's kind of how he said it, something to do with lanes and how they're set up. But also he made a mention of how it's set up in team fight is way better than it's set up in Blast Gang, because you have that rotation coming off of VIP going down to the other site, instead of having to run all the way around to the other 2 sides of the map to get to the other site. It's something to do with that. I'm sure Mr. Discount Austin Powers is in the chat, and he's also in the caster chat, so he'll probably explain that a lot better than I will.
I was just gonna check in with you actually, Kirk. You have to bring me up to speed with the cool kids. Isn't there a common fond American term for dapping somebody up? Isn't that like a greeting handshake or something like that? Is that a thing?
Yeah, so I is that really not a thing in the UK? Yeah, so a
I,
dapping
I,
up,
I,
it's like
If it
it's
is,
just
I'm
like
not
a
down with the cool kids. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe I'm showing my old there. Maybe my age is exposing a little bit the old beard.
I
But
mean,
yeah, so the term of phrase DAP, the reason I mentioned it, remember, obviously, it's discount Austin Powers. So his initials would shorten to DAP. So it makes sense to me that across long lanes where you can't really reach your teammate for a DAP at the end of the round, it's not a favored map. I mean, it makes sense to me. It's logical. I understand the basics. I get it.
yeah, there's actually like there's actually strategies to come up with really good daps, like the no look approach where you're nonchalant about it and then you go up to your buddy, like you pretend like you don't know he's there and then it's psh, right? And then there's the minimum dap up distance to where you actually are able to lock up eye contact before you dap. Otherwise it's awkward, right? You can pull out the phone technique, like you're on your phone pretending that you don't see him. There's quite an awesome amount of techniques like that. But of course, us as distinguished gentlemen in the chat do prefer, or sorry, in the casting booth do prefer the handshakes because sometimes we're up here with our nice suit jacket on. Sometimes I got my bow tie, which I actually have right here, but it's not on me right now. But so being more distinguished gentlemen in the booth, we like to prefer the very formal handshake. But if Discount Austin Powers is in here, that initials would suffice for a more casual greeting, like the dap.
I'm an anime guy. I like my good old fist bump. I
What?
like a Naruto. Yeah, I'm a fist bump guy all the way. I can understand though yourself. You remind me of somebody from Showbiz, Kirk, with somebody who has more hair than myself. To be extremely jealous and envious of those wonderful luscious curtains that close and open the day on the stage for you. I can understand why you would be down for a gentleman's handshake, as good old Showbiz would take there. I love to see it, but for me, I'm a never give up kind of guy. We like a good old fist bump. Where you get to understand somebody. It's a whole thing about the power of the soul and the spirit and all that cool, crazy stuff that people will think I'm an absolute kooky weirdo for. Which, so a bit. I believe in special powers. Maybe it's Austin Powers. Yeah,
Yeah.
discount Austin Powers. See, you got the segue.
Okay, well, I'm gonna baby on to the next team. Next
Yeah,
game,
baby.
Pandaric X versus New Dawn. So they banned Fort and Bull, right? And if the way
Mhm.
that this is set up, the way I see it, Pandaric X are the first ones on the list, where New Dawn are the second ones on the list. The bans, Fort is first, Bull is second. So I don't know if that has any relation, but the fact is, I don't think there's a chance in hell where New Dawn ever bans Bull, right? So I can probably assume that that's the Pandaric X ban, where New Dawn went on to ban Fort. Not many options left in terms of popular maps that have been picked recently, so Bay 5 is the option for today, up for those two. Um, I mean, Pandaric X, they're warmed up. They just played Bay 5. However, they also just got upset by the Invictus roster, who I'm kind of scared of now. Not that I already wasn't, because all these teams shit on me in solo queue, and I'm very scared of them to begin with. So, yeah, Pandaric versus New Dawn. The only thing that I look at when I see New Dawn, man, is not only actually. So there's two things. So there's Guy Aiden with the crazy amount of kills yesterday, 18. He got
Yep.
an ace on Bull, which
Yep.
unbelievable, right? We got to give him that one. And then of course Slaughter's nade lineups, which no longer are available to him now that Bull's banned. However, does he have something cooked up with May 5? Has he been talking to Oberst Tom on the phone in the meantime? Who knows? We're gonna have to see.
I've just a little update for the folks at home. So just to let you know, with the end of the game there, and Invictus's, should we say, emote usage. To clarify, apology was given. Those emotes, most players will go into competitive scenario and unbind them. It was forgotten to be unbound. Wasn't intended. Apology was given. We've issued
Wait,
a
what?
warning just for tournament integrity to the Invictus guys to say, let's not throw the middle finger up at the end of the
Oh,
game. Let's show some good sportsmanship. But Invictus have obviously said, look, mistakes, it happens. We're sorry. We didn't intend to cause any bad harm. So, shout out to the Invictus boys for taking that one on the chin. Yeah, good sportsmanship all around, guys. That's all we're looking for. So it is what it is. But like I say, it's one of those things that a lot of players will go into game and they will unbind the emotes. Nobody's looking to try and BM, all right, unless there's some previous bad blood in the history from beforehand. And these two teams have played against each other many a times, all right, and are more than good allies and enemies when they get onto the battlefield with good sportsmanship in mind. Okay, so that being said, the tournament guys have leveraged a hard tap on the wrist. All right, careful with those emotes, guys. All right, you can sling your banter on the socials after the tournament's finished. But for now, I'm looking to Panderic in this one, Kirk. Panderic have got to come back from that game versus Invictus, and they've got to play New Dawn, who, like you said, New Dawn have been cooking. So, instead of me yapping a whole lot, I'm actually going to take it to you and let you introduce the two teams for our match number 2 of the day, where we're going to be seeing them both on Bay 5, Kirk. Who are we featuring for match number 2?
Of course, the Pandas, the ones we just saw, came up and had a very, very strong performance at the start of the game. Panderic X, previously known as Aspect, the roster changes have come into place since then, and there has been some changes. However, the one that hasn't changed, the Mr. Man, IGL, whatever you want to call him himself, the leader, Oberst Tom in the top, the Mr. Nade Master, who seems to be cooking it up on Bay 5 with the V40s, but soon close is the Apollo, which I don't think we've actually seen yet.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they're going to keep him reserved to utility. Maybe if Panderic might find themselves a little bit more successful if Oberstorm doesn't take a gun into this fight for the safety of his own team. That joke hopefully is going to be the last we're going to hear about it for the rest of the day, though, and knowing the Panderic brand, that is going to be a conversation that will be a good laugh for them after the first game. The coach is probably going to step up and be like, right, okay, now time to mental reset, lock it in, and it's not going to be something that's going to affect them for the rest of the game. If anything, and I'm sure you know this, Kirk, Oberstorm is going to be coming back with a fire lit underneath the motivation in this one, right?
Oh yeah, like you can't just do that to him and then expect him not to come back with fury and flames in his heart, ready to go, right? This man's always been around. He's been around since very day one of Arena. I remember seeing him all the way back in the team fight days where, you know, it was day 1, 2, and I was already fighting him and scared. So this guy's been cooking it up for a long, long time in the background, and he's here on a professional team, ready to go. He's been through multiple teams, right? Even 5-4, I believe it was called way back in the day. If any of you unks in the chat, you old heads, remember that. But he was on top of a very, very first Arena tournament in that team as well. So I'm a very experienced player. I'm Head Eyes Doctor. That is the head underscore times 20 I, if anyone's wondering exactly who he is. Some of these players have a little bit different names from what they actually are. Europe, Mr. TRGM10 himself, Zachrix, the savior of yesterday, who we haven't seen today. I'm really surprised. I think he's been a really, really good player. But of course, the two in the background that are just as important as the main 5, Ghost of Customs and Tizzy, also doing major work in the Bay 5 area, the loading bay, if you will. Now, New Dawn, Crack, if you were watching yesterday, you can see what they're made out of, right? And they had a second chance in the second day of the Vanguard Proving Grounds, where they did get put out, but came all the way back to try to prove themselves again against Unknown. And this is their 3rd attempt to try to face off against them yet again.
Looking forward to this one. I can see this being this is the problem with all 3 of these first games, Kirk, is that they are so evenly matched with these 3 teams. As the Proving Grounds has actually turned out to be a very well-built tournament for how the skill is spread in this environment right now, I have to say. I do think that looking through the rest of the teams that have participated in the Proving Grounds, you would find it hard to go and pick another one of the teams that didn't make it to today to put in with these 3 that I think would survive in these waters, because there are definitely 3 sharks of teams fighting for a spot to chance themselves, even against the other one of the sharks to fight Unknown. You know, this is not just a one-step challenge, right? This is a full staircase. They have to take on the best of 3 round robin. They've got to take on the person that also follows them out of that round robin in a 1v1. And then the final match is them getting a chance to take Unknown on after going through the absolute gauntlet on the day.
Monsters of Bowl have now been shipped over to the containers of Bay 5, and I'm going to challenge the Pandas here today on the second matchup. Has a total of 5 on the last day of the Vanguard Gaming Proving Rounds. Now, everybody, Vanguard is not done just yet. Very soon, we've been cooking up stuff in the background, not even tournaments, but other amazing things for the communities. Many different types of streamed content that will also be posted over social media. So speaking of that, make sure you go over to the Vanguard Gaming Discord, hit that follow button on Twitch, make sure you stay up to date with all live announcements, all live tournament schedules, whatever we have going on, because things are only getting better and more exciting from here, where Vanguard is only just beginning.
Loving to see the action in chat. It's good to see that everybody's still vibing after the conversation that's gone down. This is the attitude we want to see from people. I mean, the NA scene is absolutely delivering some great entertainment across the tournaments that have been popping up. Vanguard have been doing some stuff. Obviously, the APL was good for NA scene this time around this year. The APS, the LCQ, there's a lot going on in the NA scene right now, and the teams and the environment around it is the reason that it's actually doing so well and stepping up. We want to continue to see that continuing in the right direction. You know, it's one of those things. We don't get out of bed to cast tournaments for nothing. Not finance we're talking about there, chat. We're talking about, like, we get out of bed to come and cast great gameplay. This definitely, even with the flipping off, is great gameplay. We love the banter, we love the heat between the teams. We just want to make sure that we can present this scene as best we can to the people out there that we need to encourage to get on board with the hype train. Alright, that's all. Other thing to be said, this is New Dawn's first of 2 games back-to-back here, Kirk, and this is something people need to pay very close attention to.
Yeah.
Thinking about the first map where Panderic have lost to Invictus, this is then touted to be the slightly weaker of the 2 challenges for New Dawn here, right? If New Dawn lose a map to Panderic here, then it's on Invictus to make sure that they put New Dawn out of the equation. Or it goes to a 1 to a 1 to a 1, and if New Dawn somehow gets a better win versus Invictus than Invictus got versus Panderic, we could see an upset here where Invictus or Panderic don't make it to that battle for the fight to face Unknown. There is a very real scenario in multiple different cases here today that New Dawn also get a chance at that shot at Unknown.
Yeah, so in other words, this is Panderic's last chance in reality.
Oh, yeah.
Like this
Oh,
is
yeah.
it. This is what it comes down to. And they have proven themselves to be able to be here and be able to go up against a top team like Unknown, right? They deserve it. But this is the only time so far in the tournament, I'm double triple checking that this is the only time when a team has played twice in a row.
Well, whilst you double check that,
Other than Unknown.
I'm gonna just sort of like reiterate that for the folks at home. Yes, absolutely. Let's, you know, it goes without saying this is Panderic's last chance. Like, they have to win this match here, or that is it for them for the tournament, regardless of the New Dawn Invictus match. Both New Dawn and Invictus will have a victory in the round robin, and then they play each other, regardless of the result. That result will then be based off deciding the maps and seeding for who picks or bans first in that head-to-head. Flip side, New Dawn have a chance to make things interesting here. They beat Panderic in the first, then they put Panderic out. But if New Dawn don't beat Panderic here, but then do beat Invictus, it's really in New Dawn's hands to make it messy in the third game. So New Dawn essentially are in the power play seat right now because they have 2 chances at upsetting the Storm. Do you get me? Like, one of the 2 teams from the first match has already technically dropped the ball because they've not got a win on the board. New Dawn get now 2 shots themselves to steal some of that tempo and put their point on the board first. You get me?
Yeah, do you got that, chat? Right, you better write that down. All right. Double checking here. Yes, day 2 round robin. Unknown played twice in a row, and then actually Live Check played twice in a row.
There we go.
So there. Okay, so we have that, and Live Check were doing so well. They might have had a chance to be here today, but if anyone did not know from yesterday, there was an unfortunate incident with Moss Files, and they were forced to DQ the game against Phoenix. Phoenix came out on top, and then they ultimately lost to New Dawn. Yeah, they lost to New Dawn. So, you know, things happen. We're here, and regardless of what happens, we still want to show love to VC and give them our support, and hopefully we can get them back in the future. And everything could run smoothly, because they really are a crazy team, that sleeper team that nobody really expected to come out and be competitive with the top 3.
I honestly love the Spice so far this morning. That game was back and forth all the way through till the wire. I mean, it got a little bit heavily in Victor's favour towards the end, but only due to a couple of mistakes that Panderic made under pressure, right? Those mistakes don't go the way of Invictus. They don't close out a couple of the rounds that they didn't have in their favour, and that game probably finds its way in our very commonly found overtime that myself and you have become familiar with being in the casting booth. It seems to be something we are either blessed or cursed with, depending on how you look at it, as to whether we've already been casting for 8 hours a day or we just want more action, which is totally down to the gameplay. When it comes to Tarkov, I'm gonna be real with you. When it comes to Arena, it doesn't really not get great. Like, we don't go to long matches, especially towards the end of a tournament. Even the teams that are set to be blown out seem to find it within them to make the games competitive and interesting, which is a great thing to see, especially for the underdogs. I mean, casting, we love an underdog story. We love to see somebody else rise up and upset people and force them to reach new heights, or to fall down even, and then get themselves another chance at a shot at a different team to do it again. You get miracle runs, you get upsets, you get absolute stomps too. That's another thing that's happened in a couple of the games that we've seen in some of the matches. But the Proving Grounds has done a phenomenal job of showcasing some of the Div 2 teams in the NA scene that are building as well, right, Kirk? And let's be honest, we're not expecting any of the Div 2 teams to be knocking one of the Div 1 teams out realistically, or even taking too many rounds against them, because the pace is drastically different between each of the considered divisions in skill level right now.
Let me ask you something, Cracked. Do you remember the old Zenith roster?
Yes.
Do you remember some of the players that were on there?
Okay, where are you going with this?
We have, so Buperino, who's
Yep.
now part of the Epic Fail squad, exceptional player, right?
Okay,
And then we have Raiji, now part of the Redacted Society lineup. So, you know, this is a team that I used to watch during HPL, and they were really good. They were extremely good. They had their place in tournaments like that. Unfortunately, they did disband at one point, and that is why we could see some of these members on different teams here today. But 2 months ago, right before they disbanded, Zenith, Phoenix, and Vibe Check, they were all scrimming with New Dawn, and New Dawn beat every single one. New Dawn did not lose, and they came out on top. They are so strong, and that was 2 months ago, right? I have full faith that New Dawn are willing at any point now to go even further than they've shown in the last couple days here at the Baker Gaming Proving Grounds. They have the capabilities, right? I want them to go up, but however, the Pandas are going to be quite a challenge. I don't know the stories of scrims between those two teams, but in the background, I was told by some members of those teams that yes, New Dawn was the victor of those three teams and did not lose against them once.
Interesting. I mean, scrims are one thing. Playing on the day is a whole other animal.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, whole different pace.
This is gonna be this is gonna be the match. This is going to be the real proving ground for this New Dawn squad. And they've been able to make it to the final day. But on this final day, New Dawn have to go that one step further and show that they've got more in the tank than what this Panderic squad are going to bring. New Dawn trying to cook up one of these peaks. It's a good defensive A-hole. They have a third member spaced over here, though, so New Dawn not really understanding what this peak does for the defense on the A site is actually forcing them to make a mistake and overstacking this three-member strong. If Panderic can read this overstack, then they'll find themselves good B access for a few rounds, but what they need to be careful of is walking into this angle right here, Kirk.
Yeah, I think the biggest tell here is if Slaughter gets a kill or if he whiffs. Because if he gets a kill, it's a whole different story, right?
They're
But
still
if he
over heavily
whiffs,
stacked
then-
to the A side.
yeah.
It depends on if he gets the kill on the bomb. If he picks the bomb specifically here, yes, it's nightmare fuel. If he picks another member, this actually becomes really heavily Panderic favored. And this is why you're going to see this member jumping straight across. They're not going to give him a chance at the angle. Slaughter's going to peek down. Shot's not quite able to register. He's going to whip
Oh,
heavily.
no!
Overstorm is going to put him in the grave. And Slaughter's going to feel like he's been slaughtered on arrival as the Panderic squad take access to the A site.
Mr. Kevin's forced to back up. This is way too important of a member and a weapon to be given up at such an early point in the round. He backs up to save his life, however, on the other side of the map, Tizzy will end up finding Pug. And wow, that B side is going to be lone defended by QE, which, if I'm not mistaken, is... I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, for the moment in time being, though, New Dawn do manage to find one back. And then Tizzy, fallen prey to the Oberstorm curse, actually also picks up a teammate of his own. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all, because the timer is gone. Panderic have overcooked the broth. And Bomb can't get planted. New Dawn are going to take the first round after some great work from the Panderic squad to respond to a defending peak, but doesn't end up playing out.
QE either Steezy or Raisin, most likely Steezy. Steezy is the main roster pick. Raisin is the backup. QE was playing yesterday, so we will assume that is Steezy.
Oh, okay. Maybe somebody a little bit salty at the lean spam.
Yeah, that's what I was explaining that to Raina yesterday. She was like, well, what's that about? And I'm like, I think it's a reference to lean spamming.
Yeah, basically, lean spamming makes hit reg harder. It's seen as a mechanic that makes you more difficult to duel in a fight face-to-face. I have my opinions, as everybody else does. And we're going to leave them on the bench for now, as Slaughter manages to find success from the peak this time around. Realistically, nearly impossible to miss those kind of shots twice in a row. But Panderic have not overcommitted to this, and that read is going to find Gaiden taking out the bomb, which now does become a lot more dangerous for the attacking side.
That bomb down on the ground is giving them a lot of information, right? Because Udon doesn't have to move, really. But the fact that Panderic are kind of just making sort of a beginner mistake of leaving the bomb down for information. I don't know if it's a beginner mistake, but it's definitely something that these top level teams like Panderic should definitely know. It's giving out free information. However, the bomb has been picked up and movements have been made towards the B site. And one lone member in connector. We're going to see if he can get more than one. That is Pug. He's going to grab two. Ghost of Customs is now going to whip around and grab two himself. He's all up to him with the bomb. Gaiden comes around swinging as Ghost of Customs is sat down with one knee and takes an unfortunate death. New Dawn, wow, that was a crazy amount of action in such little time that the fact that New Dawn were so coordinated to even make those quick readjustments, unbelievable. Great plays.
Ghost of Customs has a nice little two-piece there. The 180 to the second is nice to see, but it's too little too late at the end of the round. Like you said, Pug being able to get that 1 for 2 out of connector is a big play from the New Dawn squad, especially as they've managed to rotate away from the site, but they're no surprise that New Dawn have not set up for this peak again. After, I would have thought that Panderic wouldn't have run into it twice in a row, but then again, they would think it's not to be executed twice in a row. A little bit of a mental chess match in the first 2 rounds as a 1-for-1 follows through in round number 3. Pug and Head Eyes are going to trade 1 apiece.
Information gathered, and now the rest of the team's going to flow in. I realize there's only 1 to contest.
Ooh, blue on blue is the team taking
Slaughter, that's unfortunate. That's a big member to go down to. And then, yeah. Wow. There's Tizzy to clean up the mess. Slaughter was a little bit of a redemption. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Slaughter's just trying to run and gun at the moment, and he's giving a lot of audio cues away to cause a distraction, but Harbor's pinned in a position with the bomb on site, and 2 members called full cover in the deep position. Slaughter is SR3M, gonna buddy up with Gaiden in some form. In he goes. Gaiden, the one to watch out for here, but Head Eyes in Europe have got the better of both of them together. The Panderic X squad do put their first point on the board, and New Dawn lose their first.
So, Cracked, I know you're pretty experienced with the TRG, right? You know a lot about it. I want to know why Mr. Kevin opts in for the long barrel when on both actions, usually the most important thing you're worried about is ergonomics. That long barrel puts down that ergonomics. However, Mr. Kevin is not one that I would ever doubt. He's probably arguably the most experienced member in the NA region with this weapon, and I'm really wondering exactly why he opts in for something like that. Wow.
Personal preference. Probably just choice, honestly. It really isn't, there is no logic behind the longer barrel. The shorter barrel is better all round stats-wise for the TRG, but like I say, each to their own. Some people feel more comfortable with the way that the sway works with the longer barrel, slightly less recoil, slightly less ergo on the longer barrel, but it's personal preference in play. I mean, it is a Balti. Baltis do tend to be very, very personal in preference. Scopes, general use of stocks as well. Like the TRG obviously comes as a 1-piece, but having that hook on there makes a massive difference, and a lot of people are not aware of that until they unlock the hook. They got to look at the weapon in depth. That hook actually makes a big ergo bump to the gun overall. The shorter handguard again is another thing that makes a massive bump to the ergo. Lots of little bits that make a big difference, but the TRG itself, I mean, you could run the weapon stock and it still does its job realistically. Slaughter finds the first, Head Eyes goes down, but the bomb also is the first to go down on the plat. Europe is the second. Guy Aiden's having a great time here on the turntable, just using the center of sight as a point of pivot, cutting arcs, like he's been cutting shapes on the dance floor.
Timing? Guy Aiden gets away by a small hair. Gets away around the corners. Pre-fires were made, but none connected. 2 members left to deal with. Coast of Customs falls as Pug's gonna back up and not risk his life anymore because, you know, there's no reason not to be over aggressive right now. 5v1.
Oh, Tizzy with a big brain play reads the fact that the New Dawn site's got the kill on mid and they should heavily rotate off the A site. He's actually even going to get through to the front, try and cut off one of these 2 players before he can bomb down. Kevin's going to go down for free. He doesn't realize there's a second player close. He's going to try and plant, and then he's going to be under pressure. Did not get a reload off in time either as well. He hasn't got a magazine in to fight with. Bomb is going to go down. The New Dawn player takes too long to get into sight. He gets the mag reload off. There's no way. Tizzy pulls us off here. Guy's going to duck. Guy's going to duck. Guy's going to get slammed into the ground as Tizzy is about to make moves in a 1v5. He has a second weapon. The third's coming up front. He has to save some time. The jump shot. Tizzy's not going to fall prey to that. Fourth on site. He does find the kill. Pug shuts down what could have been a Tizzy miracle, and it almost came to pass.
Tizzy at the mercy of 30-round magazines. He might not even had anything left of that MCX, because that fire rate, man, that just burns through your ammo like no tomorrow. And I mean, he was able to load one in and get a quick kill, but forced to pick up an ASVAL with not a full one. That could have been history.
Brother. You imagine he finds an AK with 45 rounders. Ooh, that gets really scary right then. Tizzy almost pulls it from the depths.
I think he got the berserk mode in real life.
Mm-hmm. Slaughter, first pick up onto Europe. Again, New Dawn with the first kill, and Head Eyes received a large amount of abuse. Half of the health gone.
Mr. Kevin in his signature back alley position. Not going to be finding anyone here, but surely should be moving up to support his team at a moment's notice. Big shots coming out around mid. Nobody falls. New Dawn in a very, very good position right now. However, possibly overstacked on A, but with 3 members to deal with, there will definitely be enough time before I rotate here on B. Look at this goofball laying down here.
Yeah, it's going to catch off guard, no, but it's going to work though, because it has good strength across 2 maze. Second swings in, and he's going to get the second Oberstomp. Also being caught off by the off angle.
Oh, I love some.
Final kill comes through, New Dawn. Move to a 4th, 3 in the lead.
Pretty spread out on the kills, too. It looks like Mr. Kevin's the only one that hasn't really gotten himself up there. But, you know, if you can't really find people to fight, then so be it, right? They know where your position is. Mr. Kevin has not really moved himself out of this back alley every time. And I think the reason he has so little kills is because nobody's even worthy enough to challenge him on that. See if he does anything this time.
Bomb and squad looking towards A again. Not Mr. Kevin in the best place. Definitely not the protagonist in this one, though. Both members get across without a Balti ringing out. Free fire from Oberstorm. Actually gets belted through a plat with the wall bang.
Guy Aiden for a second. Big plays, relieving a lot of pressure off of the rest of his team around this A side here. And yeah, Guy Aiden's going to grab his 3rd. And he got 5 kills yesterday in an ace during 1 round on Bull, but is he going to do it again here on Bay 5? Tizzy gets Slaughter. Still available for a double kill here for Guy Aiden. Are you willing to make your teammate happy, or are you willing to win the round? This is a team game here. Guy Aiden's still headhunting.
Oh, he falls. Ghost of Customs reads him. He hasn't really changed the position since he got the last 3 kills, so Ghost of Customs was able to read that, and now Mr. Kevin is last alive on site. His teammate will slowly come around to try to assist.
Slowly round and round they go. Ghost of Customs is just trying to find his way into
No,
some
he
form of
just tanked
space.
that.
Not Mr. Kevin gets tanked. Yep, that's it. And the second shot doesn't find the registration either that he's looking for. Ghost of Customs is out of magazine though, and that's going to force him to run without really much left other than a hope and a prayer.
Runs away, both empty mags, and runs over to 2 more on site. You know, the Pandas right now, we spoke of how important this is all the time. Doesn't matter what. Back alley access on A, if you want to attack A, back alley access is massive. It will seriously deter you from getting a plant down if the enemies have that access. They've yet to challenge Mr. Kevin on that back alley, and that could be why the Pandas are falling to the New Dawn roster right now. 5-1 is an insanity and probably an unpredictable round count in the 6th.
Interesting split. Overstack towards the A site is actually not necessarily the case. Instead, New Dawn just has a random member in Harbour that's now decided to bunk off that position without putting any pressure over towards Forklift. Is going to rotate fully through spawn to A. And the initial pick from the Panderic member over on the A site has fully swung the defense. They still have 2 members in contest, but it's now a 5v4v2 as Steezy picks up 1 onto Oberstorm. Second shot's in, Steezy is removed from parkour, and it's now 4 versus 1 on the B site before any members move to support. The bomb is hiding itself in Forklift right now, but Pug is in a great position to be able to defend this. All on Pug to find more than 1 here. Europe goes down for the first. One trade is good, has to back out of the angle. It's so smart from Pug, needs to wait for some support here. Give Panderic the site and get teammates to move up. Red control comes through. Panderic have parkour. New Dawn have spawn.
1 for 1 comes out. Bomb goes down, so it's a short time for a 1v2. However, Head Ice is going to get away with it with no contests at all. Mr. Kevin and Slaughter trying to work that buddy system, but as Slaughter falls, it's all in the hands of Mr. Kevin. He doesn't have the RFB, so he has the 5-for-5 sag this time.
And Tizzy's going to have a chance here to even himself back up with the rest of the team when it comes to frags. Not Mr. Kevin. He's going to find the shot to Head Eyes. He's going to attempt the hip fire into Tizzy, and on the reload, he's going to have a really, really tough time getting that mag back in quick. Mr. Kevin finds the kill. The bomb is going to be deactivated. New Dawn move to 6.
I can imagine their Discord call right now. They are screaming. Mr. Kevin has to deal with 2 members with full auto weapons, laying down with a bolt action, and still pulls it off. Get this man off of this team before he blows my mind out of my head.
Five in the lead. New Dawn find themselves close to the half with a good advantage in their hands. Guy Aiden on 7 and 4. Steezy on an 8 and 3. Slaughter now managing to recover that KD back to the positive after a couple of very, very nervous first rounds.
Shots ringing out. The only damage so far taken by Slaughter is going to slowly heal back up. Bring out some shots of his own as he receives some. Seems like Slaughter's signature position here on Bay 5. He really likes the spot. Able to get pickups from his team through boosts. 3 members being pushed through. He gets the communications to push off to his team. And look at this. Big, big trouble for Steezy.
Not necessarily. He's in a really good position, tucked up nice and close. He is going to get traded 1 for 1 that gives Panderic site access, but you could go down a lot easier there if you're in something predictable. So Steezy with good positioning finds himself the 1 for 1 that you would hope for, holding the site all on your own. 3 supporting members from New Dawn are going to team up towards Red and Anchor, but mid pressure from Panderic is going to slow their aggression down. Swing, challenge, back 1 for 1 as bullets get wasted. Now into Maze goes to Panderic member. Now mid is contested either side as Guy Aiden has kill on the back of sights, goes to Customs.
I was muted. I was screaming that whole time.
I did wonder why it was very quiet for a second there. We lost a wild Kirk has been found, and a wild 7th round for New Dawn has also been locked in. Going to go on to the other half and swap over to the attacking side. Panderic going to get a chance on the defense. 7-1 so far in the half.
Man, I was actually cooking there. I was saying some good stuff. Whatever. We'll have to wait till next time. I think maybe it kind of proves that that New Dawn round just wasn't worthy of me. It was way too good. However, side swap has commenced, and if anyone has their money in the chat right now on New Dawn, I think, or sorry, on Pandas, I think you're going to be a little bit upset at this current moment. You might have to take some anger management courses after this, because what an upset. Something Slaughter's let me know is that some of his nades are not just for kills, but they're also just purely for information. So that is a good thing to keep in mind when you have a look at what he can throw out here.
I mean, that's the general purpose for nades of them having not just the the pressure to try and get a kill. Ghost of Customs with one. Oberstorm finds one of those grenade kills, but Steezy and Kevin are going to take out the two members that find some form of defiance on the site. Now it's left in the hands of Europe in a 1v3. He's going to put 2 shots towards Not Mr. Kevin. Not going to find the kill. With that health bar slowly ticking away, Not Mr. Kevin looks like he's just tanked one of them as a headshot, actually.
Adaptability. That's what New Dawn seems to be the most dominant force in this game. Sides have swapped, but the pace has not gotten slower. It has only gotten faster. Domination after domination of rounds. The Pandas are in such a tough spot right now. Tom was up big kills. Massive amounts of frags being picked up by V40s, but this time around, it's like he doesn't know where he is. Can't diss him too much because Tom is very talented. I'm a big Tom fan. John is showing up and showing out right now as Pug is going to instantly run in with so much time on the clock, not even giving him time to think. A double for Pug and 1 for Steezy. There's smokes in perfect positions right now. The Pandas need a miracle.
Nades going off, a little bit of action from the pre-fire inside of the site, but you don't have a 5-player strength hold. And it's a stranglehold at this point in time because it would be their match point to close out the game here on Bay 5 versus Panderic and to close them out of the standings and the runnings. There's Europe. There's Not Mr. Kevin and Pug to close it off. New Dawn do take a 9-1 victory on Bay 5 versus Panderic.
13-5 for Steezy, close up as a runner-up. Pug with 9. Guy Aiden, however, the one with 8 kills, he gets the match MVP with 8 headshots, but a total of 0 bomb plants, so I would love to know how that worked out.
It's not always about the bomb.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's about the kills and the positioning that you take. It's, it's something that gets decided by the game and not by ourselves. I guess with a different algorithm to us, we get to see and understand the gameplay. I don't know, man. But speaking of questions, one of them's been answered. We now know which of the 2 teams are going to be finding their way into the next match, which is actually, ironically, technically a warm-up for the next match, if you follow me.
Yeah, that's right, because Pandas are done. Both teams that are up next have already took a win, so they're both 1-0 right now. Pandas are the only ones that are 0-2. Therefore, that this is... Yeah.
This is it. This is it to preempt the game that is going to decide who is going to face Unknown. So they're going to play each other first as a warm-up, basically, and then they're going to play each other again after that to decide which of the 2 teams is going to challenge for the Proving Grounds champion title. Now, interesting about this, Kirk, is Matt picks and bans here, and the result of this match potentially impacting how that map pick and ban process goes for the important match as to who gets to face Unknown, right? Think about that for a second.
You're gonna have to go more in depth to that one because I don't.
Okay, like so think about it this way: the next match. So this is a round robin, right? This is the best of 3. Like 3 matches. Each team in the round robin is going to earn a chance to play in that deciding match, right? So 2 games have gone down.
Yep.
This third game is not going to make any difference to the overall standings for that round robin. New Dawn and Invictus have confirmed that they are both going to be going through by victories over Panderic. But they do still need to play each other for the round robin. Now, both of these teams have a 1-0. They both have a different round difference right now.
Oh,
So
true.
whichever one of these two teams wins here is going to have seeding priority on picking the map for the result that
Oh.
counts as to who fights for the final. Do you understand?
That is that I
So
very
this
well
next
understand.
match, they are fighting for priority in map picks and bans for the match that matters. So they both really matter. Actually, arguably, this one could matter more for the next match because you want to be able to pick your strongest map because it's
Yeah.
a best of one to go through to the final, right?
And you can tell that Invictus, they want Skybridge, and I can bet you probably 9 times out of 10 New Dawn would rather not have that. So they're really fighting for their preferred map here. It's probably going to
Interesting
be
to
between Skybridge and Bowl would be the next game after this one.
Well, we're gonna give everybody a chance to think about that, Kirk. Instead of speculating, we're actually going to
Yeah.
take ourselves a quick break. We're going to give a couple of the teams a chance to take a breather because everybody's been playing so far. They've all had a chance. Panderic obviously back to back twice now, so we're going to give everybody a moment to take some respite. All right, ladies and gentlemen, go grab yourself some hydration. Go grab yourself some snacks. Those all important seat melts. We are going to be disappearing for 15 minutes, when we will be then bringing you the game before the game that decides who fights against Unknown for the title of the Vanguard Proving Grounds champions. Don't go anywhere too far because we'll be back very shortly. Oh,
to
folks.
Vanguard Proving Grounds, day number 4. This is where it has finally come down to, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the action is to be had. 3 games left in today's total 5, and this one will be a fight for map picks. Correct. We spoke about a little bit that before the break, but of course, the way that it's kind of seeded down to is that Pandas are out, and we unfortunately have to shed a tear for them as they ride the plane home. They trained hard for this day, but it's I don't know what to tell them. It's maybe next year. We'll get you back in here, see what you're made out of. But unfortunately, we have to say bye to the Pandas and welcome to the New Dawn team, who potentially could have their 3rd attempt at facing Unknown. And
Yeah, I
what
mean,
an explosive amount of action already. First game was insane.
yeah, crazy scenes in the Proving Grounds. I mean, Panderic squad has amassed, shall we say, over the last couple of months. Different teams in different regions. Maybe we saw a little bit of too many Pandas in the Colosseum from earlier on. A couple of team kills, a fair few team kills from the Panderic squad, actually, through the first 2 matches, which probably a big deciding factor in the reason that they're not going to be here fighting for the chance to face off against Unknown. And no, chat, I didn't stutter. That is twice over. That's right. We're going to be going to match number 1 to decide the setting for match number 2, realistically, to see which of these 2 teams is going to face Unknown for the title of the Vanguard Proving Grounds champions. New Dawn have their toughest adversary yet up against them here, Invictus, with their lineup of IFP, Judicious, Jez, Devdemith, Nuclear, Tippy, and Murder. They're going to have to fight off against the New Dawn roster that did a very good job against Panderic just now.
Yeah, and the thing is that the Pandas both fought their teams on Bay 5. So if anything in the last 2 hours will repeat itself, is that New Dawn should come out on top. However, I mean, that's a tough ask. Invictus beat them 9-5. New Dawn beat them 9-1. But was that New Dawn coming up and showing out new things and being crazy, or was that the Pandas potentially not being up to par of their normal standard? That's a question that may be answered in the future. However, the battle of the 2 beasts right now is most important for the map pick coming up in game number 4.
Invictus versus New Dawn. Skybridge. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to be a quick one. I feel like this game is going to go 1 or 2 ways, either way, very, very quickly. A snowball potential on the table. Neither of these 2 teams will be wanting to stretch this one out too long, particularly. The next game, however, I expect will be very, very heavily fought over. On planted. 40 seconds left on the clock. New Dawn already have site access and aim. Good smoke. Secure.
You had to look at Steezy. He actually had like 1 HP remaining. It was completely gone. He's brought himself back up, and he's back into the fight right now. He does fall to IFPs. The Piranha Shells finally finishes off. However, Pug is ready to answer, and Jess goes right back on the Pug. Shots are coming out. A double kill for Raisin out of nowhere, and Nuclear is here with the G28. I haven't seen this in years.
Yeah, Raisin hell. 3 times over. Gonna get himself absolutely deleted by Nuclear, but as last left alive, those pre-firing towards KFC is gonna find nothing but Kentucky Fried Chicken splattered on the wall. Crossing to sight, he tries to challenge that in the scope of not Mr. Kevin, but the time off on the clock. Nuclear is going to close it out for the final kill, but New Dawn are gonna win round after a great aggressive plan.
So it looks like Raisin has stepped in off the reserve list for New Dawn. It hasn't been that long since they played their last game, so I mean, it is Mother's Day after all, so people gotta be places.
Yeah, it seems like Guy Aiden, maybe other places to be. Currently taking a seat on the bench, allowing Raisin to step up.
He's having dinner with his mother. He is nice. He sets stuff up for her, you know.
That's completely fair. You're right. It is Mother's Day. Got to look after the mums.
So Nuclear opting in for our marksman with a 1x delta point. Very, very interesting, especially on Skybridge. Long-range angles are, I mean, kind of what this map's made out of.
Nate's starting off for Slaughter. He's got him lined up. Skybridge seems to have a couple in the back pocket as well. IFP. Falls,
Yeah.
Nuclear. Trades. A 1-for-1. Bomb's down yet again, and a theme so far is that the bomb goes down with pretty much the entire roster still available for both teams.
Good E-box smoke, good headshot smokes. Gives good A site access. Push on. Don't need to force challenges too hard. The other thing is that these deep shots from Multi are knocking members down, but it's the fast pace of the submachine guns that's striking out. Strong Nuclear follows up with one from that G28, like he said, and it's Slaughter paying the price. The last member's going to walk straight into the line of sight from Dev Demith, and that gives Invictus their first with a good defuse. Retake in round 2. Stronger than that aggressive plan.
1-1 so far on the board. So far, I think New Dawn are getting very aggressive onto that A site where Invictus is not willing to give up any amount of their players to stop a planet. They're more interested in doing a retake. And that's why we've been seeing the bomb going down with not many of any player really off the board. You know, the first round, nobody died. The bomb was down. Second round, only 2. Bomb still went down. So, we'll see if that continues to play itself or if Invictus want to try to get a little bit more aggressive here. Bomb carrier KFC has backup from Steezy. There's Slaughter. He's got a grenade. He's prepping it. Same as Dev. See if they can match each other here. Slaughters does nothing, but Dev throws his. There's a lot of bodies to pick up. Slaughter falls. He gets shown. He gets a taste of his own medicine. Down, like I said, 1 member down. It's only Slaughter. Invictus decide to make the retake now. Easy fall. Easy grab 2. Dev grabs Pug. Mr. Kevin, he's patiently waiting for his. Judicious gets revenge on Steezy for getting that double. Kevin's going to be forced to back up here. He has Razen close by in VIP, however. He's smoked off currently, and it's going to be a big, big play for Mr. Kevin. If he gets one, that's big. It's all concealment, no cover with that smoke. Dev finishes him off. Less than half health, but Mr. Kevin has that one shot. Doesn't matter what amount of health you have. He doesn't hear it, but he's going to peek at the perfect time. Mr. Kevin, the savior of the New Dawn lineup, and New Dawn go up to a 2-1 lead already in the 3rd round. Nate's prepped already, this time potentially trying to throw some out a little bit earlier. Things start to slow down around the A site for about 20 seconds or so before a push is decided to be made, but no favor for the B site so far. Invictus still doing the same 3-2 split. Bomb in the same place it always was. Everything is standard. Everything has not changed. Flanks are being decided upon. Both members going up to Heaven. However, there is a member of New Dawn ready to react. New Dawn slowly falls. Invictus may have a chance here to even things up. Judicious and Nuclear on the flank, and Mr. Kevin is very weary of this position. So we have Slaughter in the middle of the site. He's trying to get the bomb down, but he knows it's too dangerous at this current moment. He doesn't have the amount of support. Pug gets IFP, and then Dev trades him out. Fake plant. Is that going to push anything out? We have an M18 smoke. I don't think that's going to do much for Invictus at this current moment. It's actually going to deter them from coming up KFC now. Judicious is trying to put some pressure on Kevin. He gets another big one. Mr. Kevin in the background is even it up.
Becomes a little bit more difficult for Invictus to be able to retake with Balti holding, but Balti misses the shot and doesn't miss the hip fire on the second.
My word.
1 versus 1. Where's he going to get this from? Left or the right? Jez has done what he needs to do now, and that's get the bomb down on site so that he's allowed to run cat and mouse. The audio gonna put the free fire. Not Mr. Kevin's going to absolutely slam him into next week. A great shot out of the Balti, puts him down and closes the round out for New Dawn.
He did it again. Bay 5, he did the same thing on the fuel site. Worked a 2v1 when both members had full autos. I can't believe this guy. I mean, there's a reason why this is Kilted Havoc's favorite player. This guy's cooking it up. Doesn't matter where he is, he's going to show up. He's going to perform his best. There's a reason why the Pandas did not want to challenge him on that back alley in Bay 5. 7
I'm
kills
not sure.
in 4 rounds. Take that 8.
Down he goes to the fast fire rate though. The Balti good for 1. Standard procedure when it feels like the TRG does not have so much strength into the meta, where the quick fire rate definitely is a great way to suppress that kind of gun. You give the Balti too much space and it will put you down, but again it's face and suddenly it becomes more of a walking stick than a weapon.
Raisin's that's one, but he has another one to deal with, and Dev is going to receive shots from both sides. Raisin finishes him off, and now DD's going to stop Judicious from making any amount of plays here, and potentially, yeah, I was going to say Slaughter might go for that rotate, but 4 members up, it seems to hardly matter.
3 in the lead. New Dawn find themselves at a great advantage on Skybridge, but with the map being extremely volatile like we spoke about earlier, it's to be expected. Could swing back either way very quickly as well. Interesting to look at these scoreboards, Kirk. With all that wonderful glazing you've got over not Mr. Kevin there, I might start signing you up for shares in Dunkin' Donuts, but you've got to look at the other side of the scoreboard where Dev Demyth is 10-4 and is also 2 kills ahead of that not Mr. Kevin miraculous performance you've been talking about, but he's also got more kills on his own than the entirety of the rest of his team put together.
Yeah, that's wild. Dev has decided to never put down the Spectre. It's a weapon that seems to suit him very well. Maybe taking a play out of Walker's book.
Speaking of weapons, that nade going off in the background did not find a home. A little bit of utility down. Dev Demyth's holding on to one of his own. Interesting 2-man tuck up by the back of Graffiti here. Filbo's got himself some friends for this round. Dev Demyth with his weapon of justice does deliver pain for the pinball. On being planted and spray from IFP is safe and sound. Doesn't kill anybody, but also doesn't give up his life for it.
Yeah, still, Invictus have yet to get aggressive here and stop any amount of plants. They just opt in for retakes, right? They save their smokes. We can see that happening right there. We have one coming up from KFC, and we also have one coming up from SKS. They're going to try to box grab carries in. As Easy Falls is one. Judicious and Nuclear are up close next. Mr. Kevin and Slaughter are going to be feeling that one tomorrow.
Look at the bodies drop, Kirk. Look at the red members fall. It feels like winter has come in the shade of blue because suddenly everywhere inside of the arena drops to sub-zero. Retake.
I'd really like to know whose map pick this was.
It's. Do you know what's interesting though? Is it doesn't feel like it's either, does it? It's
No, it doesn't.
It feels like both teams have come at least with a good plan, both on attacking and defending, and the two of them seem to have measured each other very well, actually. When's the B hit coming, though, Kurt? Because this is something that a lot of teams forget about on Skybridge, and New Dawn are showing us that they also have following that very tunnel-minded mentality sometimes, that the A site is just better over and over again.
Yeah. B's really not a very favorite site on this map, even in solo queue, right? You don't even have to ask the question, and your entire team's just heading towards A. Here's Dev starting off, but Pug trades him right back out. Nuclear all the way back from jungle. Picks up Pug. Numbers in the favor for Invictus. Usually at the start of the round, this doesn't go this way. Now Invictus are in a position where they get allowed to work the space here if they decide to get aggressive through these smokes.
From position on site, it's going to be dangerous, but IFP is more than ready for it. The 2-man swing around E-Box gets some good site access and control. Raven's going to counter the swing, but site is defiant. Jez, less than half his health left. He's going to cover the bomb. That second goes down. Good night to the round, and Invictus, under the cover of the strength of retake on the site, are again going to claim themselves another round after a great retake and defuse.
So we can only assume at this point Invictus are reading the strategy of New Dawn because they've yet to change it up. It's been exactly the same every single time. So once they realize that, hey, we're almost getting tied up, New Dawn should start to change things up. Potential B push or a potential different strat on A. All right, bomb's going B. Split.
Now, say it again for me so I'm convinced. Did you say that right?
Bomb's going B and split.
He is. He's right. Bomber's going B. They actually thought about it for the first round. New Dawn have postured as if they are not going to, but
Oh,
for
no.
the first time, hold up.
No, all right, guys, don't get
Never
too,
mind,
don't
it
get
was a
too
lie.
excited.
Oh, back to where we go. Okay.
Hey, that might stall the rotate though, because they heard them and they probably seen them at one point, right? So they're gonna be forced. One of them's gonna be forced to rotate through jungle instead of going up the flank.
Well, the rotates come in, and what's happening is Invictus are actually finding the kills in the rotation rather than the attack inside of New Dawn. 2 down immediately. 1 from that G28 out of Nuclear. Like you said, it's good to see a bit of variation in the weapon choices here, and it's playing out well. Slaughter playing my young kitten POV, rolling about in the dirt. He's going to find one with a teammate and support over his shoulder to make sure that if he whiffs, he's got backup. He does go down, but only late on the spawn. But IFP and Judicious immediately change that around by flooding through Sandwich and slamming the last 2 New Dawn members with 25 left on the clock. And it's another defuse, Kirk, and more importantly, it's a tied half, baby.
So we saw camera on Judicious, right? He was going for a bomb defuse.
He is.
Once that finished off, you can kind of see that those other 2, IFP and Nuclear, were running back from hole. That means that they have adapted already to New Dawn's strategy, right? They knew exactly where that last player was going to be. They instantly sprinted to him to put pressure, so there was no chance at all he could have stopped the bomb diffuser, right? It was instant.
Okay.
Both of them
Yep.
together. They didn't even have to ask the question. They were gone towards hole. They knew what to do. This is where New Dawn should have changed it up and went B, and now they're going to be regretting that as a swap in comes in, and now it's a completely different playing field.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Kirk on the horizon, it sounds like. His good brains, give him that. The mental behind the gameplay is very, very, very sound logic. And the one thing that, I mean, really does just set the tempo in the game right now, especially in the meta, Kirk, is aggression is the way to play. It doesn't matter whether you have to wait until the bomb's been planted and you aggressively retake the site, or whether you are just going to shove through from the defending side and not give them chance to plant. The way that aggression is delivered is setting the tempo right now.
Mr. Kevin starting off for New Dawn in a dirty spot that I always get killed in. Should be exchanging shots, but forced to back up with 0 ammo. IFP has the 20 rounders ready to go. Rare's legs. The Invictus roster now bolt towards site. Smoke's being deployed and Judicious laying down. Is Mr. Kevin going to catch out this little tiny peek? He knows he's here now, right?
Oh my word.
That is unreal.
That honestly, as well, the shot from Mr. Kevin might as well have been the punctuation to finish off the full stop at the end of the heartbeat. That man was about close to dead as you can be without actually falling over. That looked good to me. Bug, however, is going to be responded to by Jez with a shot through red on one of their teammates as Steezy goes down. But the too strong push from New Dawn from the defending side of Blue Ramp is not going to get success. Whoa, Kevin!
Might be for a close second. And brings it to
Kevin!
Mr. Kevin in that round.
It takes him a minute to pop off, but he does actually find the 2 picks at the end of the round to close it out. I mean, 12 and 6. New Dawn's shining star on Skybridge is not Mr. Kevin, but the one thing I'm wondering is the rest of the team? Razzin's had a couple of good rounds, but right now, Slaughter, Pug, and Steezy, surprisingly so, all really struggling after Steezy dropped a slammer of a performance on Bay 5 versus Panderic.
Oh, yeah. I'm in a tough position right now because New Dawn, the team, I'm a fan. However, the roster of Invictus, I'm also a fan. Like, I watch Dev sometimes on stream. He's a great guy. He's an exceptional player. So I think this is a big, big iffy situation for me where I cannot possibly be biased one or the other way.
The only thing that's pulling my favor right now is that Invictus have done two things that feels very Outcasts for me. And as an Outcasts player, it's great to see us running some form of a strat, and then a team that's better than us take that kind of a strat to the next level and then play it at the highest level of competition. And speaking of the highest level of competition, Slaughter's going to find himself not needing to be challenged or under any pressure at all as he gets the back of one of the Invictus flank spots. Caught off guard. Dev, however, with that authoritative push into the reload sound, is going to immediately rinse off any thoughts of that flank. He is now left last alive in a 1v2, but with the Vector, it's possible.
See, like, what do you even do in this situation? Dev has, like, I don't know. I would have to see his inventory to see what he has at his disposal, how much ammo he has, potentially picking up another weapon.
I mean, he's
would
doing it now.
probably
He's
be
been
good.
trying to push Mr. Kevin
Yeah.
for a shot. All he's got to do is just try and jiggle that E-box and force the Balti to take the shot. But Kevin is a TRG expert. He's not going to be baited into that trigger discipline lack and just to fire a single shot off because, I mean, have you, genuine question, have you tried the TRG? Have you played the TRG yet yourself, Kirk?
Yes.
Okay, so you know how long that bolt reload time is. That is a window. Arguably, that is a door of opportunity. It's that big for how long it takes you to re-rack that bolt. So even if it's just time for a player like Dev on that submachine gun to close the gap, to push out from E-box and take that space, it makes it so much harder to hit that then second shot from the Balti. So it is hyper crucial not to fire that first shot off early. Flip side, Skybridge is dominated by early aggression. It's normally down to the shotgun that is popping one off. Pug then responds. I'm getting stopped halfway through every sentence as the tempo goes back and forth. Shotgun is good, then Pug is better. Now IFP and Dev are going to have a little duel inside of the sandwich slice, but that's going to be a full-on Invictus sandwich that comes out on top. The blue squad settled up strong, but with the bomb in a pretty awkward position, actually.
Yeah, I can. Is that on the other side of the wall? No, that's bad.
Well, that's a nightmare scenario. Is that right there? Yeah.
He's got absolute reign over that bomb. Here's Wood, right? Has a quick peek over to Dev, but Dev's a little bit too quick for that shot. Now Mr. Kevin and Slaughter in the back. They're going to be speaking to Philbo.
Yeah, talking to Philbo, Slaughter didn't make the cut. Kevin somehow has managed to withstand the conversation, but not the second interview. Jez is the slight defender from Invictus that finds first point of contact and claims the final kill, but again, interesting that New Dawn have put themselves in a good position multiple times, 2 games in a row now, but the team they're playing against has found solidarity in the middle of the match. Able to pull rounds back, level it back up. Invictus turned it over against Panderic in their first game and went in the lead here. Are we seeing the same? Or are New Dawn going to be able to put 2 together and move the gap to 2?
I don't know. Invictus has proven to be adaptable at any situation, right? If New Dawn start doing the same things over and over again, I have a feeling that Invictus will have enough to read that and push ahead to a victory. I'm glad you mentioned the TRG bolt thing, because I swear to God, it's not even how long that takes, but I swear there's also like a trigger delay after you rack it.
There is. Time for the hammer to settle, basically,
Yeah.
if you want to think about it in a mechanical way.
That's one of the reasons I don't use it anymore. Because I'm like,
This.
I'm not good at it.
Sub-certified coming into the chat with a happy Mother's Day. At Crack Wisdom, love you, Mum. Thanks, son. For all the mums out there, we appreciate all the subs that dropping. Cheers, sub. Jess is going to put one into the head of us. It's an in-joke for the epic fails, boys and girls. If you don't recognise, sub-certified and Div 2 DC member that was playing throughout the tournament that we are featuring here, the Vanguard Proving Grounds. Meanwhile, we've had a chance to showcase all the teams, haven't we, Kirk? Today is finals day, and it's the top tiers of competition. Speaking of top tiers, Jez is going to have too many tiers to have to climb to get to the top. That's going to find him toppled. New Dawn do put the second together, find themselves at 7-5. 2 in the lead, 1 round away from Matt Point.
Yeah, Steezy up with a triple kill that round and a huge double to start it off to stop the Invictus bomb planter and be able to back off the safety based off of that. Huge plays and a lot of pressure being put onto Invictus after that. Also, huge ups to Raisin coming off the bench and showing up today,
Yep.
putting on a huge performance for the fans.
Big time. Big time. Good shout as well, honestly. Teams put a lot of effort in today to getting to where they needed to be. Not just the Invictus side or the New Dawn side that are pulling the subs off the bench to help them out. Also, the Pandemic squad and extras inside of it, showing us multiple levels of talent all the way down the roster, including those that are on the substitution spots. Oh, it's Pug again first. Nuclear gets one back though. Immediate shut down. Now Steezy has something, but Dev's got a response. We got Hawk's favourite mini game of Plaid Stripes in the kill feed.
1 for 1 for 1 for 1.
1 for 1, exactly.
That's the second one this round. That's
In the UK, we call that something different. We call that to me to you.
what is it?
To me to you. To me
Me to
to
you.
you.
All right.
If you don't know it, then you
Hot
don't know it.
potato.
But if you do, you do. Yeah, kind. Well, nah. there's a whole story. Trust me. go Google to me to you. Dick and Dom. It'll be not Dick and Dom. Oh, my brain cells. Chuckle Brothers. There we go.
In the meantime, Dev evens it up. Now Mr. Kevin and Steezy are backed up together. It's difficult to play a buddy system when one of them has a bolt action, so Mr.
Bomb's
Kevin's
in a
gonna back
tragic
up.
spot again, though, as well.
Oh, they
like-
don't even have it.
Yeah. It's
Oh, you
that's a
clicked?
click. That's a click. That's the time to get the bomb. It's
Wait,
up, it's
I
off the
think-
ground.
Steezy thought he clicked and he reloaded too, I think. Or was that a mag check? Should be an easy pickup on Dev here. Mr. Kevin, though, is going to get caught out looking the wrong way.
Dev's got the second.
Yeah,
He's
Dev has
actually
15
gonna bend the audio back too. Time. Steezy's going
No,
to play it
ju-
slow, but you know he's got to be on this angle. Dev, if he hard swings this, he's going to win this one. 1, 2, second, he's going to go close, but he realizes that Steezy has played it smart enough to hold him to the left-hand peak.
Another triple kill for Steezy. That is the majority of his kills this game in 2 rounds back-to-back. Something happened. I'm well impressed. Well impressed with the New Dawn lineup. This is not what I expected.
What do you think he's munching on an oatmeal creep? Okay, Haw. Okay. I'm glad I stopped reading that one out. Jeez. Okay, brother. Hot sauce not quite in the booth, but he might as well be coming out with a wild comms in the chat. Jeez.
Hey, you should have heard the stuff Kilton Havoc was saying.
That was dangerous. Well, match point New Dawn. 3 of them. What have Invictus got in response for this? This stinks of overtime. Oh, not if Pug swings like that. It's not though.
Yeah, I actually thought he was already pushed up the hole the way that the X-ray was working there. So I was like, who the hell is that? Is that a
Yeah,
raider? Are we in team fight?
not quite. Not quite. That bomb is going to be picked up. Dev's going to find that pick onto Pug again. Trade by Dev for 2 as
big.
Razin goes down. That's big. Bomb across, reinforced. 2 Filbo, 1 to the back of jungle. Smokes. The one thing that's lacking for entrance on site, but IFP's already on with the bomb going down. 50 seconds. Smoke money box, IFP pushes through. Slaughter is just that. Slaughtered on the spot. Steezy unable to be able
what
to
is he
walk
doing?
up and help him. He's playing games with him. IFP drops down under the sound of the gunshots to the prone position.
What?
Steezy's going to find Jez on site, though. That's a ridiculous pickup.
IFP just peeked into 2 members that were smoked off in a position where he already had the upper hand, and he still came out on top. Mr. Clutch King himself has done it in the past, but I mean, this is going to be a larger order to fill as 3 members are completely spread out in different directions. Not Mr. Kevin fails this time as Invictus keep themselves in. The lifeline has come out. Dev the Myth with 20 kills so far. Only 2 rounds to go to force an overtime.
He ain't no myth no more. It was Dev the Monster at this point in time with a 20 and 10 scoreline. This guy's absolutely slaying out today. What a time to be pulling a performance like this when you need to be getting yourself warmed up, shall we say, for playing New Dawn in another map after this. That's one way to get a mental edge. You drop a 20 bomb and the game's not even over yet. 2 rounds still need to be staved off from Invictus to be able to claim themselves a chance at overtime in the first. But shots out of depth. Myth are going to take Razin out with the first. An adjustment this time as he doesn't challenge Puggy. Instead goes into VIP and becomes the most important person towards that A site. Slaughter, Crosses, Judicious, and Nuclear are actually going to read that information.
Did they?
Whoa, they definitely saw him cross, but the question is, with the jumps, 100% the audio is telegraphed. The big question is, do they read him staying here? Slaughter has made a very unslaughter-like decision. He's going to play with a bit of discipline for once.
I think the bigger question was the audio working properly? Slaughter's going to be running up above them now, so now this should be a guaranteed here.
Yeah.
Slaughter has a position that is, I would say, advantageous, but shots don't connect, man. Five versus one for Mr. Kevin.
I mean, it's possible. He really would have to be not Mr. Kevin, a ghost in the night, to be able to pull this off, but here's the kit for it. Second weapon, millimeters away from connecting. The second is going to connect. The hit by is good, but the prone angle from Jude is going to close out any thoughts of a night there. 7-8, Invictus creep ever closer.
Just when New Dawn had it within their grasp, they had such amount of breathing room. They were so comfortable, and now they're all on the tip of their toes. It always starts off slow, but we know that New Dawn doesn't like to wait around too long. Nuclear starts it off onto Steezy.
Apologize, I had to look away momentarily because Hort is educating me on amazing American foods that I didn't know existed. Apparently, an oatmeal cream pie is a snack. They look pretty good, I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
there
yeah.
you go. You learn something new every day.
Oh, Dev had a couple opportunities there to get Pug, but now Pug's going to be turned around and focused on his position. Dev has been, so far, a big keeper of VIP. He usually takes control, and this time he had some support from his teammate. Nade comes in, and that looks like it's right on top of IFP. Raisin from the back line, a nice underhand.
Changing from raising to flattening after that one. So he certainly flattened his target with the grenade. Invictus are still up the numbers for now, though. 3v4, bomb planted, 35 on the clock. Smokes are going to pass out, and Invictus are going to have to weather the T1 retake. Jump shots from Slaughter almost find the victim on site. Shots from Nucleus, one goes down as Razin is now reduced as the 3 goes to 2. Question mark. Slaughter's got other thoughts on his mindset. He's going to try and pre-fire the IP just in case he gets repushed. Jez finds the opening as not Mr. Kevin's not watching where he needs to be. Slaughter in a 1v4 to try and squeeze New Dawn out of it is not going to be successful.
Wow.
But it's overtime, baby.
It wouldn't be Crack and Kirk about overtime, ladies and gentlemen. I think everybody knows that already. It has been a long time since we've been in the booth together, but when it happens, it always gets exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Dev the Myth, 23 kills, 10 above the next closest in Nuclear.
This is actually a ridiculous game. I'm half laughing, half confused in my head as to what's actually going on here. We're 8-8. We're in overtime. And it was from New Dawn having 3 match points staved off.
Sidestep
One
swaps.
could only describe it as cinema, I guess.
Yeah, we need that emote in here. The
We
cinema
do need
emote.
that emote in here. Yes. Yes. New Dawn back on the attack. Invictus back on the defense. Overtime for the folks at home not sure how this works out. It's a best of 4 rounds where both teams get 2 rounds to attack and 2 rounds to defend. At the end of the overtime, Whichever team has the most victorious score wins. And if, by some miracle, a team finds 3 in a row, then they'll find themselves out a round early before the overtime finishes, as you can't beat a 3-0 scoreline in a best of 4, obviously. Early shots out from the New Dawn squad, find 3 kills onto Invictus, and in a 2 versus 5, this first round of overtime for Invictus looks rough, Kirk.
Yeah, it's like the pace changes once the side swap, but we know how adaptable the Invictus lineup is, right? And even in down situations like this, Jess and IFP were former teammates on a different team, so they have the highest amount of chemistry, arguably, out of anyone on this roster together. Is it enough to stop the New Dawn slaughter of 5 members available? Speaking of slaughter, he falls in the hands of IFP, and Steezy goes in to actually try to get something, but he falls to IFP while Raisin takes his place and grabs a double kill with a massive overtime win. New Dawn with 5 members up against 2. They still shut him down. They really, really want this map pick.
They certainly do.
Both of the teams.
And with good reason for it as well, right? Map pick could be the crucial deciding factor, as we see here. Skybridge, a very volatile map, and it's gone back and forth for the entirety of the game. The question we've got to ask is, are one of these teams going to cook too much? Are they going to cook too much energy into gaining that map pick and not enough into actually winning the map?
Yeah. Good question. I mean, Skybridge, it would make sense for this one to go overtime, considering, you know, how Austin was explaining that it's sort of a 50-50 map a lot of the time. Goes back and forth. New Dawn maybe a little bit luckier at the start.
Yeah, do you know what? You might have hit the nail on the head there. Fortune is another one that favours the bold, and both teams have tried to be extremely bold with how they've played this. Both teams trying to plant the bomb exceptionally quickly. Both teams looking for an aggressive retake if they're put under pressure when the bomb goes down. So, still all to play for. Shots from Nuclear claim the first blood of round number 17. I'm actually looking at that flanking member from Judicious, by the way. We see just under the floor. That's an interesting position.
Yeah, I think
Well,
at
they're
this
separate,
point,
though.
there's not enough time here for him to have a huge impact. What, like, no way you get away with that, IFP. No way! And he gets a second one! Slaughter, the last one remaining. What's he going to do about it? 10 seconds left. He gets one, and now there's only 10 seconds. He has no time to defuse. Slaughter's going to try to kill as much time as possible. 5 seconds, and New Dawn have got the first 2 rounds in the overtime.
Yeah, and that unfortunately is a 7.62 feel right there. That is the DMR, the G28, the RSAS, the TX15, the SR25. At the moment, you can shoot bullet after bullet after bullet towards people's models, and it just doesn't seem to matter.
Seems like a pretty scratch of the chin there. They're probably really thinking what type of kits they're going to pick. As we have a look, not a lot has changed.
They've swapped sides.
Kind of
Invictus are now
standard.
on the attack, New Dawn on the defense.
New Dawn one away from taking it. Only one member sent to defend B. Dead the Myth whittles down one member. Still 3 more to deal with if they want to push this site. Raisin has been picking up with double kills, and so is Steezy. So it could very well go one way or the other. Smokes in good positions for New Dawn, and now Jess is going to feel the heat and send that heat over to one of the most dangerous members up right now for New Dawn. Bomb's going down, and Raisin is about to peek into IFP, who actually turns around the wrong way at the wrong time. He still gets away with his life, and Nuclear is going to take that from position next.
Shots on from sight as Nuclear finds himself a second. It's just Slaughter left, last alive in a 1v5, and that's not going to be for long. Invictus too close to get back to 9 and 10. One of these 2 match points in overtime claimed by New Dawn, immediately also rejected for the bin. One more.
Anybody at home? I see in the chat, couple people maybe unknown of what's going on right now. This is the 3rd match of the round robin. However, both of these teams have won 1 game apiece, so therefore they will go on to play another match against each other after this. So this map is for the winners to take, gain the map pick advantage for the next game.
Oh, goodbye IFP. Walks on a landmine as he walks out of KFC. Slaughter planted that one there earlier. Deb the Myth does find one, but is shut down immediately by Pug. For versus 3, as New Dawn do find themselves with the man advantage on the defending side this time around. Bomb and Buddy also playing towards B main.
We've done a lot more split up than normal right now, but with time whittling away, I think they kind of realize that they need as much information as possible at this point. This is the most important round so far. Slaughter tries to get some shots through the wall. They do not take him down, but the rest of the members make that just Pug, rather, is the one, the savior, the only of New Dawn in that round to have the biggest impact and secure New Dawn's victory of a map pick for game number 2 out of the 2 maps that these will play. However, this one specifically does not have any impact on who will go on to face Unknown. That is strictly for the map pick of the next game.
Well, that's curtains for the first game.
11,
That
12,
is
13,
the-
14.
Yeah, that's it. 11, 12, 13, 14, and 17. You can count just as good as the rest of us in the casting booth. 10 out of 10, Kirk. Hold on.
Can I have a sticker?
Maybe.
Put a
I
sticker
think we've
on
got a
my-
gold
on
star
my
somewhere in the
binder?
back of the office. Yeah.
Yes.
We'll have to we'll get Luke Goblin on it. I mean, he's not called Luke Goblin for nothing, right? We'll get him digging around in the treasure troves for a sticker.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience during that long break while we set this game up. New Dawn come out on top. Big overtime win. First overtime of the day. Bound to happen at some point. Very, very excited to see that. New Dawn, big congratulations. However, Invictus are not out of the fight just yet. They're going to be clawing their way at the New Dawn roster to try to bring it back. Invictus already had a huge win against the Pandas on Bay 5, 9-5. And at the start of this match, man, I thought they would have had it. Thought they would have had it at the start, but New Dawn just, wow, came out of the gate swinging multiple rounds in a row of just winning. They did come back and read a lot of their plays, but when it came down to it, New Dawn were just too much to handle in the end. On Skybridge, nonetheless. Unbelievable.
So, now we are going to take a quick 10-minute break, as we need to go and get both of these teams into the relevant moderation channels so that they can do their map picks and bans for this next best of 1. And then so that they can get themselves ready to be able to strive forward, as this is going to be the final challenge for each of these 2 teams to be able to take the last step and earn themselves a spot at facing off against Unknown for seeded first place team in the Vanguard Proving Grounds, crowning themselves champions. New Dawn and Invictus, like we said previously, have already guaranteed at least the 3rd place spot for the tournament standings, but both of the 2 teams here are going to be looking to take it a step further. So without further ado, don't go too far away from your computers. Go grab some more snacks, hydration, and those all-important seatbelts to lock in for the entertainment and action coming up right after this break.
Goodbye.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back into the Vanguard Proving Grounds tournament. It's the first of the Vanguard gaming action you've got to see in an orchestrated fashion, where there's a tournament bracket and some of the top tier teams, as well as some of the newer teams, have been having a chance to showcase what they've got to bring to the table when it comes to Escape from Tarkov Arena. But now, as the Coliseum has gone through its changes, evolved through its stages, and we've developed to the top 3 teams left to fight for the tiers in the table, we're going to remind ourselves of the 2 teams that we've got to be able to face off for a chance at fighting against Unknown for the title of the Vanguard Proving Grounds champion. As always, my name is Cracked Wisdom, and I'm here in the booth with Kirk on the lurk for a small period of time before he's about to bless us with a brand new face. So as we look at those teams, Kirk, talk to us about the teams and what's on the horizon for the casting booth.
So first of all, today, of course, we had the trio of amazing teams, Pandaric X, as well as New Dawn and Invictus, right? So at the start of the day, the Pandas went on to play 2 games in a row and proceeded to unfortunately get sent home a little bit early, which is unfortunate. The Pandaric roster is very talented, and we can only imagine that next year or next tournament, wherever we see them next, they'll come out even better, stronger, and faster. However, Invictus and New Dawn were the ones to fight it out, and we just saw their match on Skybridge, where we kind of expected a bigger fight there from Invictus. I mean, at the start, it was heavily in favor of New Dawn, but New Dawn pushed forward. Invictus came back all the way to an overtime where New Dawn overpowered them, where on Skybridge, we kind of expected to New Dawn have a difficult time there, but they've shown that they were very, very confident, and I'm very impressed with what they have done so far. So Invictus and New Dawn on Bowl. This is what that last game come down to. It was a decider of map picks. New Dawn won, and they picked Bowl. So Invictus roster, they have yet to change anybody out, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it has been very, standard for the roster list. IFP, Judicious, Jess, Dev the Myth, Nuclear, many types of players coming from different rosters on together to form Invictus. And in the sub list, we have Tippy and Murder ready to go at a moment's notice to replace anyone, and we could see one of them come in here today. New Dawn side, of course, the roster list, the legendary Slaughter, he is the IGL. Guy Aiden close up next, who has been cooking it up with a big ace yesterday on Bowl, so to see if he can sort of send over some of that encouragement to the rest of his team here today, and hopefully we can see some more exciting aces. Steezy coming up next with Pug shortly after, and the last of the list, it's definitely not Mr. Kevin. If it ain't him, then I mean, who else would it be? However, Raisin for the sub list did come in last game and proved a worthy spot on that sub roster to be able to come in and put a huge show on with a large amount of kills, being second on his team there. So big ups to Raisin for coming out and putting on a huge show for the fans. But
Absolutely, and I believe we've got another face coming into the desk, haven't we, Mr. Kirk?
Yeah, I want to say, everybody, thank you for having me. This is the last day of the Vanguard Gaming's Proving Grounds, and of course, it is Mother's Day. We all have mothers to take care of, and that is my cue, and that is my calling at the current moment. So we will be bringing on Mr. Discount Austin Powers from the Epic Fails Div 2 roster. He's been a monster in the field, but this time he'll be a monster on the microphone. Thank you, Austin, for coming with us.
Yeah, baby, and here we are. We're getting ready to get into this match today, and I cannot wait to see some absolute amazing games. I mean, today has been filled with awesome games, and I've been on the edge of my seat, teetering away, chattering my teeth, just watching as this awesomeness unfolds. But again, Kirk, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being here and putting on this great, wonderful performance in this show for us, along with Cracked Wisdom. And as we go, we're going to be getting right into this match. Cracked, man, it's wonderful to be here with you again today.
What a game we've got on our hands for us as well, Mr. Austin Powers. Discount, definitely not the word of the day for the Austin Powers that we saw whilst playing through the beginning of the Proving Grounds, sir. You had your moments of pop-off, which I was thoroughly delighted to be able to witness from the casting booth, but now we get to see your guns and glory in a slightly different setting. So, time to champion the comms, Austin. Time to bring the boom as we get into the first of our final 2 games of the Vanguard Proving Grounds. This one to decide who is the 3rd seeded team, who will be the one team to fight for that 1st seed against Unknown, the one team to have a chance at knocking the current Proving Grounds favourites off a chance at their title.
A chance off the title they will have, but there's still not yet a kill left up on the board here. We're seeing a lot of quick motion towards the A site. A lot of pressure applied by the nades and a lot of util going out. Looks like the execution is going to be coming out here. Oh, no, maybe not. Not just quite yet. They're going to be seeing a little bit of movement, a little bit of play for information. Just moving back and forth between this Ace's angle here along with his teammates, trying to suss out whether or not they can gain control of this site. A little bit of pre-fire coming out from Dev to try and anchor up into this site. I mean, cracked. Oh, there's the first kill of the match. Pug's going to pick up one. It's going to be a quick trade. IFP pick up one. Slaughter's going to take out Dev to miss. Jess going to take out Pug.
There's so many kills, bodies are dropping and hitting the floor. There's not quite enough beats in the rhythm to be able to keep up with it. And unless you're a lyrical genius, then you're going to need extra lung capacity to be able to keep up with the catastrophe inside of the Colosseum. Chaos comes from all the way down in the depths of the shadows as the boom from the Balti blasts our eardrums for another time to remind us of the familiar sound of what death from a TRG looks like and Scream. We're 2 versus 3 in the first round and 30 seconds left on the clock. There's a lot less action going on than we thought there need to be, as IFP is going to bring that shotgun to bear. The legs of New Dawn, the victim for the snapping team for the Piranha. Shots from sight as Slaughter's dancing the dice with death. Jed also in the ones as IFP finds the Slaughter sausage on the ground, and Jez is going to take out the final member of New Dawn. It does go for Invictus, but after an absolute mess of a fight, it goes back and forth the whole way down to the nail, and Invictus are the hammer in round 1.
Is what I like to see. I am so excited to see Invictus come out and hopefully show up and take this map away here. I mean, they put in so much work and hard effort, and you know, man, they are a very, very strong team. And I mean, so is New Dawn. They both fighting for their right to fight up against Unknown and who's going to take that first or second spot in the seed here today. I mean, gosh, it's just such a wonderful day of games. I'm just still so flabbergasted, honestly, at how well everything's gone. But as we talk about the matches going on here, the nade lineup's coming in for the site, but not going to claim any lives. Jess playing that top med position, really trying to gather information for the team. A little bit of damage, though, down onto Raisin.
He's almost trying to pull this action out of Raisin and Pug, as you can see from the angle as we get the silhouettes on the screen from our spectator. He's just trying to force both of these New Dawn members to overexpose into a peak, but New Dawn are doing a very good job of playing that sort of malleable positioning where the nade comes out towards sight. Both members swing away from it so they don't take too much damage. You do see Razin has lost 25% of his HP to that sight nade, but not his life, crucially. Now the first blood does come through, and it's Judicious that's going to be judge, jury, and executioner for the first member of New Dawn that gets knocked down. And that's going to call in a rotation as the bomb and 3 strong as a squad of 4 takes the nose, but then moves back towards flat, pushing out his Pug with an aggressive swing for 2 as he's going to defuse. That's thought from Invictus. Jez, last left alive, is going to shut it down, but Jez and the bomb, they're going to have a tougher fight to get on site now. 3 versus 3, 2 strong on site. They do have control and the position of power as Jez is going to pick the first, and Jev playing deep on top med. Got a really good anchor for Invictus. The bomb is down and 40 seconds left on the clock for the retake. Austin, have Kevin and Razin got what it takes?
I don't know. They have to get an aggressive push on here. That's going to be one cleaned up first, but that's not going to be enough. It's down to a 2v1. Jess and Dev Demith, all they have to do is clutch this out, win this round, take another round, get themselves 2-0, get the lead up, keep pushing. But now Mr. Kevin a little dangerous with this op here in hand. This Lapua first shot is clean. The second shot, is he going to be able to find it in time? He's going to whip out Marksman off the back end here, and he's going to be making the play into the site, but the time is ticking. 10 seconds on the clock.
Wait, he has enough room if he doesn't get down in time. He's going to get this in time if he doesn't get to curtain. So he might have something off. 2, 3, 1. Oh, he goes up top. Dev Demith with the big brain play. Knows he can't get round to curtain in time, but gives himself the opportunity by going up to top med. I didn't think he'd gone round. He doubles back for the ramp, and Dev pulls it out right at the depths. Less than a second left on the defuse, and Invictus just about escaped round 2 with the lives.
Man, 2-0 starting. We've only just begun, and the action is slam-packed, and we are ready and rolling to get this game on to the end. I cannot wait to see how this turns out.
There's a great line I can think of at the beginning of an Austin Powers movie right now that I'm not sure is fit and appropriate for TV, because boy, oh boy, this is starting to heat up to be a game. Widespread line of scrimmage as Invictus take the horizontal approach towards the B site. But look, Austin, Nobody's home. Deep B plat
Nobody is
cover
there.
and deep Aztec. Oh man, this is going to be tough.
Look at this early push out of Pug here, but Dev's just there to read it. Quick and concise with the shots, and there comes Judicious though to pick up Steezy off the back end. Jess gonna pick up Slaughter, and it's down to a 2-on-5, and the shots ring out. Raisin gonna pick up one. Can he keep the bomb off the site long enough and get this kill, this crucial kill? But the Jess behind him from out of nowhere, picking him up off the plat. 1v4. I mean, Mr. Kevin's got a tall order here if he wants to pick this one up and take it out. That's one. Can he find another?
First to three,
Oh.
1v3, and Dev's got him on the close. It's so close, but yet so far. It might be good for the first, but it's just too many angles to have to deal with. You're only so good as one player, and unless you're running a full assault platform, you do not have as much malleability to be able to take those 1v2s that you really need to clutch up those 1v4s if the defending team plays it correctly post-plant. Now, there is an instance where everybody gives isolated ones, unfortunately, and, well, the Baltic is given a chance, so locking it in there, they play the angles well, and overall Invictus do close themselves another round out.
I think it feels like Invictus got a very vengeful spite coming on about themselves here. They really want to like come back and show domination here.
I can see this going the way that I would understand, right? Both teams get a ban. You would think Invictus would ban Skybridge after the performance. Ball also falls into a similar map meta as Skybridge does. More of the ranged meta than the CQB of Fort and Bay 5. So New Dawn would rightfully thinking so as Dev gets that pick onto Pug again on the aggressive push out to A-plat. The walk out now becomes a walk in as Invictus see themselves on that X of the death as an invitation to stomp onto the A site. New Dawn though read it well and push back for cover. Razin is raising the nuclear order instead. Judicious has his back. Gonna change the line again as Razin and the blue kills the feed. Oh my word. It's easy for two, Jez for one back on the utility, and it's literally is back and forth on top.
Oh, this is a tight spot to be in for IFP. I mean, he has full HP and a full to swing, and there's not much HP left on that one. That's going to go down. The bomb is open to be picked up here. He's going to grab a secondary gun. Might go to swap off to this AK-12. Ooh, a little
The one thing he's
personal
got in
favorite.
problem, look at his head. Full red HP. That's a 2 health bar head, is that right now? Bomb's in a tough place. Wants this scout rifle, but how does he make this work with 20 left on the clock? I mean, Slaughter's hiding so deep, he can just run him down to Kurt, and he hasn't picked up the bomb either. Oh, IFP. Knows that he hasn't got time to be able to push the split, goes back for the bomb. Slaughter now will have time to be able to re-swing this, put pressure down. IFP picks the perfect spot for the plant. Got the time he needs to get this kill. Slaughter goes out wide, and IFP reads it on the left-hand side. Not today, mister, he says. I'll quite happily fake that one.
And picking up another round 4 and nil. IFP clutching up that round there. 8-3. Showing out, showing strong. I mean, what else can you ask of these players here that are playing their hearts out other than to continue to do so in a spectacular fashion as they go about this blazing trail and move forward into their own future dreams to go up against the undefeated, so far unknown.
The biggest pointer between Skybridge and Bowl so far has been that when the plaid stripes have hit the kill feed, they've ended with an Invictus name. There's not been a flood of blue that hasn't been responded to yet by an Invictus, and Skybridge was very much more dominated by a flood of flurry of kills towards the end of the round that would close it out for them. This time around, they've managed to keep 1 or 2 members up to be able to fight their way, especially on the attacking side as well. They're only going to find themselves with less pressure on their backs with a good score going into the half. They do need to put a couple more rounds home, but at 4-0, Austin, you've got to think Invictus have put the best foot forward so far in Bowl.
I think they got a really strong attack here, and if if New Dawn can't pull this one, this hat trick out here and pull it back, we're going to be seeing a very quick sweep as Judicious quickly takes out Pug, and it's down to a 4v5. Literal seconds are going by, and the clock ticks down. 49 seconds left, and they're aggressing onto this site very quickly here, getting full control, but Raisin taking up site pressure here. Oh, not Mr. Kevin with the quick, clean, concise kill onto Jess. That's a big pickup there.
Top mid
That's
actually
a
loses the
nade
fight.
for
The bomb on
Slaughter.
site. Oh my gosh, as one goes down 2 though.
Dev's really far away though.
IFP's just picked that one from the mid towards the top of the nose. The bomb on site planted fully with that grenade actually leaves him open to be able to defuse this. I don't know if anybody's here in time to be able to stop it. He's going to get outside. IFP does find the kneecaps in time. Just Kevin.
Oh no. Come on, Kevin.
There's too much to have to deal with, and the Piranha's going to come snapping. Rapitat ties the Saiga 12 to bait, and Devdamith there with that Vector to close it out. Invictus moved to 5-0. A flawless half so far.
It just goes to show that you can't count out the dark horse yet. They want this. They want it extremely bad. More so than they've ever wanted it before, it seems like.
I'm so glad you've said that. It really does feel like they've kicked it into another gear from Invictus at this point in time. I mean, they were already looking exceptional throughout the tournament, but New Dawn really gave them a run for their money on Skybridge here, and, well, respectfully, New Dawn are still missing the all-important breadstick.
Pretty even on the kills though here side for New Dawn. They just haven't been able to collect enough kills to put in a crucial round, it seems like. But for them to be putting up, oh, IFP through the smoke, gonna pick up one.
It's again on the shotgun as well, though, and IFP has been the first person to take a kill for the majority of the rounds in this game so far. It always seems to be one on the shotgun, and it's Steezy going down. We spoke about Steezy and Skybridge not having the greatest of games early on to start with, but coming back later on, definitely showing strength here. It was Steezy's name that filled the kill feed towards the end of one of the later rounds that looked New Dawn favoured, but as we settle down, Rasten's got other ideas.
It looks like Slaughter and them have other ideas as well. Little nade coming out onto the site, but IFP's
no.
gonna read the play there, gonna hear the nade be pulled, and quickly, not Mr. Kevin taken down by IFP, and it's all left up to Pug and Raisin to pull something out of their hat here if they want to pick up a round to get themselves into a better position. Raisin gonna pick up IFP. That's a crucial kill. Jess, though, still alive and kicking. Dev getting actually didn't get hit at all. Gonna try and go for the defuse.
Oh. Okay. They were going to try and go for the defuse, but the Devdamith is going to close it out. 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 all the way down, Austin. We are not stopping. The second we get given a false hope that we might have a chance to analyze any part of this game, somebody else is stepping up to try and slam one of the adversaries into the dirt.
They are on fire right now. It is a whole fire sale going on, and might as well reload back into Verdansk because we're going in for another round.
True. I want to point something wild out for you as well, Austin. Just take a look at the scoreboard. Just realize that the one person with the donut on their team is on the winning side so far with a flawless round total. Nuclear, who was absolutely tearing it up on Skybridge as well, by the way. Not having the greatest of the game when it comes to the kill feed, but I mean, it doesn't matter when all the 4 members of your team are absolutely slaying out. Devdamith on a 6 and 2. The important part about the scoreline is the fact that he's only died twice so far this game across 6 rounds. Playing the life stream extremely crucial. The aggressive swing out from IFP does not get found, but Judicious is there to battle buddy trade. Not Mr. Kevin closes one out on Devdamith. So the 2 members from Invictus push out towards Pixel, not Mr. Kevin for the second. Judicious does shut one down. Razin is gone. 2 versus 3. New Dawn have just about enough control on the front of the site. It's not Mr. Kevin. He's going to bury the buddy of the bomb. Nuclear gets it off, but he's going to have to duck and dive to get out of the scope of Kevin. He doesn't quite find the timing on the shot, but he's run head first into Steezy. And New Dawn do finally find one of those all-important breadsticks to put on the board.
6-1. I mean, are they going to bring this into a 6-2? Maybe we get to see a little action here where they get to come back. Maybe their attacking side is actually the scarier side of this force here, but we're just going to have to wait out this round and see if they can collect one more round to try and get themselves into a more comfortable position to push over into the next half.
Yeah, my ADHD brain moved off to a moment of a memory when my cat at the moment has been going out into the garden in the mornings and taking to enjoying it, rolling in the mud. And I had a little bit of a laugh there when my brain went to Slaughter POV as he's searching for ways out of a 6-0 lead in the match whilst he was prone out on the ground there. In a similar sense to that of my cat rolling about in the mud, sticking her head underneath the carpet we found in the mud, trying to search for answers. But That's been flipped on its head as maybe Slaughter's Digging has found himself some form of success. They do put one on the board, and like you said, a 6-2 half would be a great way to, never mind, as that jump peak just leads DZ out to being slammed by Nuclear.
And look at how quickly they're like they're not aggressing quickly onto the site. They're taking their time and being methodical with the nades and all their proper lineups here, because that's what this map is all about. Who has
Yes.
the best util to play it out for the round? And man, does it look like Invictus knows exactly how to time all of their utility.
Oh no, Razin just telegraphed that he's moved onto site as well. And you can see both Jez and Judicious are holding on to Util. That smoke goes onto backside. You see Judicious flashing out towards Jen. And as that happens, Razin's forward position on site for the time being actually keeps them safe for the majority of the utility, but they are going to be completely isolated on their own here in a 1 versus 4 as pushes in, jumping aggressive from IFP. Razin, trigger discipline well holds back. The bomb goes down, but Jude trades. 1-for-1 on entry, bomb reclaimed. Invictus do have site access.
Man, Jeff's gonna be cleaning up not Mr. Kevin, but Slaughter on the back end, picking up Dev to Myth, and it looks like we're gonna get to see Slaughter try and go in for this 1v3. One player remaining on the top med position, one player going Jenny, and one player in intermed. A lot of time to work with here. 40 seconds on the clock. Shots ringing out from top med. He's got to worry about that player peeking him at the last crucial second. 35 seconds left on the clock. What can Slaughter do other than go for the peaks? Try to get the angles, force the 1v1s, and get them into the position where they need to be. Shots ringing out, but that's not going to be enough. IFP is going to slam home a final kill for round number 8. That is 7-1.
Yeah, it's almost like the audio cues from the New Dawn side when it comes to attacking that A site. In the ears of Invictus are merely Lord of the Rings memes. You can hear Gimli in the background. Horse me, but don't tell the elf. As the grenade comes out of the pocket and gets launched towards the person sitting hop up. Like you said, Pug, one of the stronger players on the New Dawn side when it comes to gun skill. But, I mean, that don't mean nothing. Don't mean jack squat if you sat down on the bench watching from the sidelines because you got killed by the utility. So, Invictus here, very, very confident close out to the half after losing the 1 round. They put a 7-1 attacking side on the board on Bowl. They give themselves only 2 rounds required to take a shot at Unknown.
Oh, man. And this is where we see if the Tides... Ooh. That looked like that hurt a little bit, but not quite much damage chipped off the top here. Jess still looking full of HP and full of life, vital and ready to go. He is feral and waiting for these players to come into the clutches of his claws.
Got himself a Tarkov wax, just a little bit of shave off of the chest there. Not quite close enough to do damage, but a nice neat trim, I guess.
Nice neat trim indeed, and that's what we're going to be seeing here is more smokes coming out and delaying this push as long as they can. The nade lineup being set for the site nade, it looks like here. Is it going to claim the life of IFP? Nope, IFP's just going to waltz on out of it, go into the prone position to try and gather information under that smoke.
It's I mean, you're dicing with death being thrown up the front there. Slaughter's actually nearly going to run head first into him. What is going on here? Slaughter playing with audio cues. He's going to encourage IFP. Oh, brother. And that's the bomb too. Wait, Jude in the background as well. One goes down. Pug gets caught from the sidelines. Invictus have got this New Dawn line almost distracted by the aggressive plays from each of these individual members. They're not really playing aggressively at all. It's poking and prodding each one at a time and picking members off like they're flies dropping in the heat of the summer. 2 extra goes down as again Shotgun and Jude together with Dev on the back end. It's a flawless round. Invictus move to match point.
13-4 and 12-6 on IFP and Jess. I mean,
I don't think that Bowl is going to be on the cards for the final. I'm just going to put that out there right now. I don't think that Unknown are going to allow Invictus to bring them here because this is a confident performance from the Invictus lineup, given what we saw on Skybridge.
this is an absolute smash out of a game right now. They are playing at peak, is what it seems like. IFP being an absolute menace with this Enforcer shotgun here. I mean, trying to bait out all the audio that he can, trying to get this early push again, quick pick kill and a quick dip away as fast as he can, but
Interesting.
playing along in
Okay,
the smoke.
Slaughter's trying to bait out this audio to fake a rotation and then pull somebody so that they can get info on the nade. That one's going to go towards Jen, but the hop-up player has not gone back. Actually, it does still connect onto hop-up Jude. Looked like they were tucked far enough back, but not to be safe from it. Immediately, the site player takes hop-up to try and keep them off target. Slaughter's site nade now isn't going to find a home. That's a good reposition from IFP. Still down in the prone position as well. God, these shotguns, I really hope New Dawn don't walk through curtain to sight for their own sakes. It doesn't matter if Kevin slams Nuclear out of tower like that, though. There's free access. IFP, IFP,
He doesn't know.
IFP.
Oh. It's any time to clutch up now and close out this round. Invictus, now is your time to show it. Vector singing out, still fighting that 1v1 over there at B as the bomb goes down on A. Yes, waiting for his teammates, but Raisin's going to be there to pick up the kill, and that's going to leave Dev in a 1v4 situation, and things are looking tough. They might actually pick up another round here, but is it just delaying the inevitable?
Oh, Devon's going to slam Steezy on the first point of contact. Top Med's going to spray. Bit of pressure down. The prone angle from Pug's going to close it out, but it looked a little bit dicey for a second there, but New Dawn do absolutely close out a good second round for themselves. It is, again, though, off of the back of motivation and a shot from Kevin. Good entry. They don't lose early members. Good work from Slaughter on the utility, but that shot in the bolty from Kevin allows them pressure on Generator to find the back side of the one person that has been denying them all of this site access, and that is IFP on the Enforcer. And the one thing that is very easy to kill is an Enforcer when their back's turned, because you can get around all that armor that starts to add problems into hit reg and so on, and whether your bullets are good enough to get through the tank. Well played from New Dawn. It is only 8-2. They've got to stave off another 6 rounds if they've any thoughts of scraping their way back into this game.
Oh. IFP gonna swing. Oh, but no. Slaughter says, no, no, no. Not today. I read your play, and it is now mine to take.
And Slaughter taking notes mid-game. Good to see. Paying attention, adapting to his surroundings. Judicious is going to play a much deeper and defensive hold on Generator now to play back into that. Nuclear has been called for support as Jez and Nuclear now have site control together. With a deep member, Dev still playing out towards B. Slaughter is going to pick up Nuclear with the grenade. Jez sends one back. It's going to be Jude picking up Kevin. That Bolty not able to find the home in the same. Standing as the last round, Razin closes out Jude. Jez is holding on to the tight angle. He's going to pick him through the smoke, just down to great muscle memory and crosshair placement. Jez, unbelievable accuracy.
Oh no, Slaughter picks up the kill, and it might be another round secured here. Dev trying to play against this flank player, but just getting baited out the whole time, keeping him away from the team. That's a really tough position to be playing in there. If you know that you have a team or a player that's off kilter with the rest of their team, and you're trying to fight up against them, and you're trying to watch your flank but not actually rotate for your team, it's really going to be detrimental to each round if we can't get that remaining player onto the site when it's crucial that the bomb is there.
It's a common battle between coaches and players in the mentality as to whether it's better to rotate off of the B site and reinforce A and leave the site open with the potential that you might have to retake, or whether it's better to leave the one player anchor in case things go wrong on the other side. You still have a live left to be able to try and fight the way out of it. I like overstacking personally. Current state of the game favors aggression, therefore I don't mind leaving a site exposed once in a while to be able to retake, because I think it's better having numbers on site, especially when people are showing aggression from one half of the map. That being said, most of these players are playing to what is being asked of them in their role, and some teams prefer to rotate, some teams don't. Dev, I mean, his scoreline has shown that he's playing very well within his own gameplay, so you have to assume that this is the call from Invictus, is that Dev needs to hold that site down, keep it anchored. We all know how good Dev is, but now as he's watching back towards Yellowvan, we're starting to see a bit of an adjustment coming in from Invictus. This is better from the previous round. Jez finds the first, the Slaughter goes down, and this time the numbers favor Invictus.
Right
He's
to
going
the
to straight onto the Kevin. Ooh.
Is Nuki gonna peek this? Is he gonna be brave enough to peek into Kevin?
they're going to have to at some point. I mean, if not, Kevin and Pug are just going to get to walk up to Jen. This is what I was about to say about Judicious's positioning, but Jess, it doesn't matter if Jess kills him.
Oh, there
Now
we go,
he is.
Nuki.
2v4. Doors open, though. And this is what we spoke about, Austin. This is why I talked about giving the B site up. It absolutely works. They do keep the numbers in their favor. They do have strength, but now it's a 4 versus 2 retake. Realistically, Invictus, all they need to do right now, gather up into 2 battle buddy squads, push the site 4 versus 2. Spawn has actually taken a really aggressive positioning from New Dawn to try and catch this off guard. Invictus read it and send
about to get
3
caught.
towards the
He's
site.
getting
This is going to be
caught.
rough.
He doesn't even know.
Wait. 2 versus 1. It all goes crazy, and it's all down to Steezy, who has not had the strongest game here on ball, and it is literally on Steezy's hands, and 20 seconds left on the clock to try and fight his way into 1 versus 2. They're going to double swing. It's not even going to get past Jude! Invictus, after going all the way into overtime, and Skybridge absolutely dominate New Dawn on ball for a response and a revenge victory for a shot at unknown. What a game!
What a game indeed. Honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better performance coming out of the Invictus boys today. They played absolutely phenomenal, but it's all going to be up to them to, see if they can be the ones to beat out Unknown this time around. Are they going to be up to snuff? Or are they going to get snuffed out by the unknown mercenaries that carry out their own whims on a day-to-day basis?
You've hit the nail on the head, and it is going to be a test of whether the warm team, the team that's been playing for the majority of the day, is ready to face the challenge of the Titans. I mean, Unknown will probably have been, last hero or some aim training or whatever it is they do to keep the muscles nice and ready to game, I guess, in between these matches. But I'm sure they'll have been keeping a keen eye on the gameplay as well to sort of assess and break down where Invictus have been playing well. I'd be interested to see if Unknown decide to try and tend themselves towards a bowl pick, given that being the most recent information on Invictus that they've seen, and whether they can work into that, whether they've seen something from the match we've just watched being played that they think they can expose, that they can make a weakness out of from this Invictus side. I don't know. I didn't expect this to be the team facing off against Unknown at the end of the day. I didn't think this match was going to be Invictus New Dawn at the beginning of the day, I'll be honest with you, but Panderic really the least successful of the teams that turned up on the day today so far. All due respect to them, but put out of the tournament extremely quickly today in a very, very upset form of fashion, thanks to New Dawn performing out of the skin. Let's be real, Austin. New Dawn have definitely come on leaps and bounds since the last time we saw them in the LCQ and the HPL for NA. But it's an exceptional performance on Skybridge. It is, I don't know, like they didn't really drop the ball here on ball. They just got thoroughly outpaced by Invictus.
I mean, with those quick rounds, I mean, it all came down to the strategies, especially on that attacking side. They really slammed it home there with how well they placed all their personnel and how quickly they got them into position in order to take over the site control with instantaneous fashion. I mean, it was a phenomenal thing to see. Do they take them to bowl? Anything could be said. Honestly, if they do take them to bowl, they have a little bit of knowledge up. They kind of know how they play. If they were watching, if they got into their heads a little bit, they know maybe they've scrimmed them a fair few amount. They know exactly what map they play the best on and which ones they play against them not the best on. So we'll just have to see what it comes down to here shortly once the map picks and bans are completed.
I'm curious as to whether Unknown wants to take them to familiar territory for themselves, whether they want to use the information they've had put on the table from them in the tournament today to their advantage instead, whether we're going to find a similar scenario, any of these different teams later on in the future to be able to challenge. The one thing that is for sure, New Dawn, you did your third best team in the Proving Grounds this time around, officially claiming that number 3 spot on the podium the bronze medal for their prize, and one of the top 3 titans in the NAC when it comes to the teams that turned up to the Proving Grounds tournament. So, like we said, an absolute overachievement from the New Dawn squad given previous results. But I think they're going to be really happy with that result at the end of the day. I think this squad is very confident in the 5 players that they're bringing to the table, including the the couple of lads that got on the bench too. And I think that they're all, like has been mentioned multiple times by the good support in the chat for them, is they've put a lot of time and effort into practicing and getting better. Well, the one thing that can be said about all competitive esports is that if you dedicate yourself to any craft and honing that edge, the blade will eventually become sharper and you will start to make a dent towards your goals. So, a W and definitely a well played to the squad from New Dawn. GG's and a great improvement, a great showing. Looking forward to see what more they've got on the horizon in the future.
And with that, we're going to be getting into the map picks and bans here shortly if they have not been completed already. But with that, I would like to go ahead and thank especially our man behind the camera, our man running all the production, and with the mods themselves, Lou Goblin. Thank you so much for putting on this tournament for us today. I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure. I have not I have had one of the greatest experience I think I've had getting to cast and getting to play in this tournament. And I can't thank enough Cracked being here with us, with all the casters. It's been wonderful. I greatly appreciate you and everything that you do for this scene.
I would like to thank you as well. I also want to take a shout out to the rest of the casters. I've got to be honest with you. W production, 100%. W shout out to not just the production, all right, but Vanguard Gaming has received support from a lot of you guys just in the community in general, whether you're attached to Vanguard or not. So if you've taken the time to offer your help, whether it be modding, whether it be casting, whether it be helping out with getting the teams organized, or even putting together some graphics, if you've had a hand in anything that's helped develop the scene recently, this shout out goes to you for being the MVP of the EFT arena development scene right now. Okay, we couldn't be going for the heights that we're looking for without the strength and support from all you guys in the crowd. And for that, we thank you for it. Not only that, though, we get to welcome in some amazing yappers, all right? People like myself that don't have too many skills to bring to the table other than talking a whole load of bullshit, all right? It's just nonsense, guys, all right? We are waffle makers, yapinators, whatever you wish to call us, okay? But the likes of myself, Cracked Wisdom, Discount Austin Powers, Kirk on the Lurk, Rose, Rayner, Kilted, Havoc, and many, many more across multiple other tournaments too, all right? All of you that take your time to come and talk nonsense about the nonsense, W from Cracked. Thanks for helping make my job a little bit easier. For the time being, folks, we're delving into the team's knowledge. All right, we're trying to figure out which 2 of these teams wants to go where and what they're going to play for. So, it's a gentle reminder, ladies and gentlemen, it is Watchful's birthday. Okay, and as with every other human that manages to do so, he has survived another year in the world. Let's take a moment to tip our hats and take a moment of silence for the memory of Watchful's last year. That year has been gone. You will never get that time back, and it will not be forgotten. All right, we salute you. 07 Watchful, congratulations and happy birthday. Many happy returns. We hope you're having a grand old day out there. And for those of you that have joined us in the chat to enjoy the entertainment today, ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't be doing all of this without an audience here. All right, so even if it's not your birthday, it's your birthday. All right, we appreciate you. Thank you for getting in here and showing us your love. Thank you for supporting all the teams. Thank you for keeping the vibes in the chat at the top level. All right. When we crank the volume up, there's a gauge at the top that stops us from going too loud so we don't lose our eardrums. You guys have blown the roof off of the support when it comes to this tournament so far, and you've only got yourselves to thank for that. So, W chat, great energy and great support. We wouldn't be able to do it without you.
And honestly, Cracked, when it comes down to these map picks and bans, what do you think we have in store ban and pick wise? What do you think there might be the possibility optional bans here coming off the list? Do you think they're going to go opt out for Skybridge and automatically opt out for Bowl? Or do you think maybe going for like a Bay 5 or a Fort pick in this competitive like environment here is the more optimal choice?
It's an interesting question. What? Okay, I'll ask you a question in response to your question. If you were in those shoes, Mr. Austin, and you've just watched Invictus today, which map do you think Invictus looked strongest on?
Oh, I mean, it was tough on. It was very tough on Skybridge. That was very not nail biting. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time, wondering whether or not who was going to clutch this out. I mean, whew, I don't think that their pick should be Skybridge, but I have a personal vendetta against that map. It's just not enough for me. There's not enough lanes yet, but in the future, maybe, hopefully, one can dream. But
More lanes. More
more
lanes is what you're
lanes,
asking for.
please, more lanes. Give us more options. I love options. And you know what? That's the great thing about Escape from Tarkov is it gives you so many options, right? You have so many options on how you can play the game, how you can improve in playing the game, your own styles. That's what's so great about it, right? It's the game of options. You get all the options in the world when you come into playing a game, even in the game Arena, Escape from Tarkov Arena. I mean, what more can you ask for? But I think maybe if Unknown wants to show out a little bit, maybe they pick up Bowl and maybe they try and slam it home on
Ooh.
them. I don't know.
Take it to them on their own home turf after a dominant performance like that. It's a good opinion, and I wanted to sort of delve into the options point you made. You said you want more options, you want more lanes, right? I'd like some more lanes. I'd like some more options when it comes to map picks. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think that teaser we saw with Iceberg is actually going to be something that you might find yourself very excited for coming into the future, because that one looks like a pretty large map when it comes to options and lanes. It looks like there's going to be a lot of different routes of access. Could be quite a wider expanse-based map. So excited to see that one on the horizon. Though these two teams aren't going to get to choose from that one today, I actually think that choice might be the flavor of this one. I feel like we're going to see Skybridge has been played, Ball's been played, Invictus did a good job on Bay 5 versus Panderic. Fort, I'm going to be honest with you, I really would not be surprised to see us go to Fort here. This would be, the undecided fact. Neither team has research on each other from that perspective, in the sense that this weekend, I don't think either of them have looked to that one really for, I'm thinking, maybe once. We saw Panderic on Fort. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not even going to. I'm not going to get it wrong. We're just not going to guess. All right, but Fort has been seen a lot less from both of these two teams, and I think that might be the place that they go. I think Unknown, Kings of the Unknown, will take us to the unknown in a very unknown fashion, and then make it very known that they are the Kings of the Hill. That's what I foresee. I'm sorry, I'm an Invictus fanboy all the way after this tournament. They've earned a new fan for sure. I've been extremely impressed. Judicious has always been one I've kept my eye on. Jez is insane. Deb the Myth is a talent that, I mean, the name is known both in base game and arena for a reason. All right, they're not just good guys, they're just a little bit good, like, ridiculously good, to the point that most of us are kind of sick about it. All right, these guys are talented. Okay, so the Invictus lineup, big fan, honestly, big fan. I was very deep in the heart, all right, concerned that they were going to fall short here, because New Dawn have slayed out in the proving grounds, but they made it. And in making it, my concern is, from a logical standpoint, if New Dawn are a tough ask, regardless of how much better they've got, Unknown is just the demon right now. Yeah, you get the Demon King, and then you get the Demon Slayer, and then you've got a God Slayer. And we haven't found this God Slayer just yet. The Titans still stand at the top, as Unknown have for a very long time. Is the Proving Grounds going to be the fabled Promise Ground for the first upset?
Oh, that's a lot to think about, a lot to digest. I mean, an upset would be amazing, honestly, to see. It would be crazy to see something like that come out. I mean, we know Unknown being dominant in HPL, being dominant in APS. I mean, is Invictus the team to pull this out of the hat, to take their spot out of the first, tournament that they've played in against a team like Unknown? I mean, man, it's hard for me to say yes or no, because both teams are so vehemently good. They're both absolutely wonderful teams, and honestly, all the players, once you get to know them, a lot of them wonderful players and people themselves. So as of that, we're going to go to a short little break here for about 5 minutes. And once we are done with our map picks and bans, we'll be right back at you with some more Tarkov entertainment.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Vanguard Proving Grounds. That's it. If you have made it here, then you've survived. All right, you've managed to make it through the gauntlet. You got through the whole first weekend. You even did the 9 to 5 Monday to Friday to make it to the second weekend. Survived your way through that, and you've also kept your heart rate and your blood pressure surviving throughout the action for the past 2 days. Well, if you've done that, congratulations. You earned a free ticket to the final. That's right. We're not charging you for entry to this one. This is just the cherry on the cake. You've been here, you've earned your place in the seats in the crowd in the amphitheatre for the action, and we're about to conclude it all with the Clash of the Titans. My name is Cracked Wisdom, and my bald head is joined by the most beautiful voice from the 70s. That's right, it's Discount Austin Powers in the booth with us here to be able to show everybody just how it goes.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This is going to be a tough matchup here. We got Invictus versus Unknown. Oh my goodness, Crack, would you look at that? It's on Skybridge. No.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Okay.
no. Insult to injury. Maybe they think that Invictus just isn't up to snuff for their Skybridge plays, but as we go about this, we do have the player cards here. It's Invictus with IFP, Judicious, Jess, Dev Demyth, and Nuclear as subs, Tippy, and Murder. And on Unknown, the roster, we have Barbaric, Watchful, Sleek, Cruisin', and Strix with Undead Essence as the sub. I mean, these lineups are tough, and it's going to be a tough match. And if Invictus just lets it fall by the wayside, like they did against New Dawn in their Skybridge matchup, this is going to look horrendous for them if they can't pull something out of their hat.
I mean, we've really got to look to the storyline for this one. We can't really think about the skill of the two teams here today because both of these two teams have shown on multiple occasions that they are one of the dominant forces in this scene. However, is it going to be Watchful's wonderful birthday? Or is Invictus going to invict the right of the upset? Are they going to cast the curse on the Unknown squad? Are they going to claim the crown for themselves? We're going to find out, and it's going to be Skybridge, the slaying courts for these two teams to be able to battle it out over first to 9. But I mean, do you know what? I'm not even going to predict any scorelines. I was going to think about which one of these two teams might win on paper, but if anything that this tournament has taught me is that teams have changed drastically. I am very keen to figure out which one of these two teams is going to be able to take it here first. As the teams are getting sorted out, we are currently claiming ourselves our irons and ironing boards all over the table, folks. We're going to get that felt ironed out for you so the pitch is pixel perfect for the players to step out onto the stage. Whilst we're doing so, you're going to be entertained by a little bit of yapping from myself and Austin in the booth as we consider which of these two teams is going to be crowned the Vanguard's Proving Grounds champions. We've seen so many teams here, Austin, right? This has been a great showcase for the talent inside of the NA scene right now, from Epic Fails, both rosters, the Div 1 and the Div 2, the Vanguard squad, as well as the Vanguard Academy squad, Phoenix, Vibe Check, New Dawn. The list goes on and on and on and on, and you can see all of the results and all of the matches that previously went on in this tournament by jumping onto the Vanguard Gaming channel VODs and checking out the previous broadcasts. In addition, folks, hit that heart button below the hearth inside of the lounge that you're sitting in right now. You'll get yourself a follow to the channel. That will also give you notifications for the next time that the Vanguard Gaming squad puts on a tournament for you to be able to feast your eyes upon. It's going to be anything similar to the action we've had here today. You don't want to be missing out on that. Yes, as Undead pops up in the chat, that is you, but I'm going to be honest, Undead. Is it unpicked Essence for this tournament? Has Undead played a game yet?
Oh, a little slight there. Maybe we'll have to see. I don't recall actually seeing him in any of the games. I know that he does participate in a lot of their scrims, and it's a sight to behold to see them in action. But I'm not so sure if he's been on any of the rosters for this pickup so far. But I mean, what do you think the outcome though will be between the score lineups between the players? Who do you think is going to come out on top for either team? Who do you think their frag is going to be for their important plays?
Okay, so that's a good question. And for Invictus, Nuclear was the member to look for on Skybridge. G28, slightly off meta choice of weaponry, we saw absolutely tearing people apart inside of Skybridge for Invictus. In addition to that, Death the Myth on this Vector, regardless of the environment, has been putting work in today. IFP on the shotgun has been doing an exceptional job as well. I think Invictus, all the way down the lineup, has a potential for any one of these players to pop off, because let's talk about the two players we didn't mention there. Judicious, with that phenomenal three-piece out of green in Bay 5 earlier on today, and Jez, who again has topped that kill feed when the three members we mentioned are not the ones that are popping off. So it is actually at this point in time a literal match of titans where I feel like both lineups are filled from 1 through 5 with dominant players. We've glazed, we've preached about a storyline, and we've prayed for the underdogs, but it is now time to talk about the titans themselves. The birthday man, Watchful, a young talent, all right, an absolute whippet in the game, an exceptionally skilled player, had many accusations brought to him because of how purely talented they are. Sleek, Cruisin, Strix, all, again, the reason I'm able to run these names off together in the same line and categorize them together is not because they are the same and it's very mediocre, it's because all of them are at that top tier of the gameplay. Neither one of any of these members can be picked out as better than the other because they're all exceptional. But the one for me, who I'm always a big fan of, if it's not Watchful, it's Barbaric, all right? The cool, calm, collected cucumber of the arena scene, especially inside of the environment on Bay 5 when defending that B site, and also a VSS SR3M, a Valve player that, I mean, we've had many highlights, have we not, Austin, of Barbaric putting 2 to 3 kills together in such short space of time that really changes rounds into Unknown's favour. So, I mean, Invictus have got it up against them today, massively, for this final match. If there's anywhere that we're going to see the upset come through, if they have any chance of being able to take this, they have to do it here in the Vanguard Proving Grounds.
I mean, and then, like you said, Barb, he almost seems robotic the way that he goes about playing. It's like all methodical, all cool and collected. It's just, it's something to see. To see a player of that skill level excel and continue to excel, it's wonderful to see. But with that, going on, Skybridge, though, this is, I don't know if this was a slight or if maybe Invictus thought that they could bring this one around and show that they know better. They know where they messed up. They know where they needed to improve, and they're going to show and do exactly that. But it's still a tough map. I mean, like I said, I've said it many times and in private conversations and with you on the booth, right? Skybridge, to me, feels like that 50-50. It's a coin flip, right? It's about who gets to the site first and who maintains that control. And there's like not a whole lot you can really do once the site control is had, other than try to frag out and retake as quickly as possible. Especially since the A site is so heavily favored and there's not a whole lot of extra rotations you can do to get in and out of the locations. It's, I don't know, man, it's just a tough map to really break down into a sense of, like, I'm losing the words for it, like a sense of
I know what you're getting at completely. And the one thing that I've just got reminded of, okay, thanks to Luke Goblin's amazing preset, shall we say, that he's got built for himself in the loading screen here, that is not something we're going to see in the loading screens from these players. But Enforcers dominate Skybridge, especially VIP. Okay, it's one of the things that we saw from Virtus Pro in the ACS scene. Okay, I don't know if we're going to see any M60s out there on the battlefield with the big bolly bucket, but the shotguns most definitely are going to be out there in full strength, and I think that the fight for VIP might just be a feast for our eyes. You know full well that IFP or Dead the Myth is going to go and try and take control of that area versus Unknown. My thoughts are going to be which one of these absolute demons on Unknown is taking their shotgun in to fight that battle, because that's going to be something that the spectator cam, I'm sure, is going to be locked onto after the initial utility in these opening rounds of Skybridge, is just paying attention to which of the two teams takes that all-important VIP control for A. and then how that plays off. The alternative is, are we going to see anybody be able to represent what Invictus did on Skybridge on the attacking side, which was go B first round and make B look like it is a convincing solution to the equation?
Oh, yeah. I would love to see some more B plays coming out. It's just tough with the way the rotates work and how slow it makes the pace of the match. It eats a lot of time trying to get that rotate, especially if you're already committed to A and you need to make that rotate quickly and then get onto the site. It's gonna be a tough matchup for sure. I cannot wait though, because we're about to be breaking into this match ever so quickly here as the players get into picking their kits. Let's see how many shotguns we're gonna see run amok in Skybridge here today at Vanguard's Proving Grounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's right. We're going to rock straight on into the action. It is your grand final for the Vanguard Proving Grounds. In the red corner, it is Invictus. Rolling down the lineup, Devdamith, IFP, Judicious, Jez, and Nuclear. Coming out of your blue corner, and the undefeated Titans so far in the Vanguard Proving Grounds. It's Unknown, Watchful, Strict, Sleek, Cruisin', and Barbaric. Here on Skybridge, as the first blood goes down, it's Jez to be taking out Cruisin'.
Look at that though. There are no shotguns on Unknown. No shotguns.
Zero?
No enforcer. Not a single enforcer.
Do my
as
eyes
they
deceiveth me.
They actually got Barb on the marksman here, and IFP's gonna get taken down by Strix with those quick, concise headshots. Strix picking up 3 very quick kills there, and it's down to a 2v3. Judicious with a sliver of HP and not a lot of hopes and dreams to go on it. And you look at it as he runs, that sliver of hope slowly fades away. Judicious ticking ever so slowly to the death sentence. And there's Watchful to pick up 1. Dev's going to grab Strix. And it's down to Devdamith versus 2 of the Titans themselves, Watchful and Barbaric.
Bob's on the Balti as well. Dev knows full well he's going to be able to challenge this if Bob steps out, but he should also know that Bob is one of the most disciplined players in that scenario. Almost Watchful gives us back to him. He swings back out onto the peak of Bob. The left side of E-Box is going to find him.
No, Barb.
1 versus 1. 20 seconds on the clock. Watchful going to have to run and do the dance to death. Is he going to get around the corner in time? He is. Devdamith going to have to play the tempo. With 12 on the clock, he needs to look for a plan. Has he given himself space? Tuck into the box. Bomb goes down. 2, 1. Fakes off as Watchful looks to check. Dev getting read by it, gets walked away by Watchful, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to leave him ever so short on time. Good effort from Invictus, but Unknown take first blood in round number 1.
And Strix, though, with that quick three-piece, just all headshots. That Strix is a demon when it comes to headshots. I mean, it's like robotic aim, just snap, click, tap, tap, done. Out of the match, and there you go. Just reset the round, go back home. We're going all the way forward, and here we go again into the next round. And another setup. Looks like we're setting up for an A play once again to see if they can take this all crucial control for VIP. Bruce though puts up to the bench. Not quite getting slammed just yet. Oh, he's gonna catch 1, but oh no, Watchful's gonna grab Cruisin' with a nade. That's unfortunate placement.
Yeah, that's I guess he wasn't happy with the birthday present he got given. Watchful gives the birthday present straight on back. Takes one of his teammates' health. That's a 50-50 as Strix loses 50% of his health. Watchful, however, Watchful over his teammate is going to find the kill onto Nuclear. Hear the rattle of the Vector as Devdamith trying to find hope. Watchful looking for the sky to potentially boost. Oh, he's cooking. Good call. Oh, there's the dome. But Dev, he's on the hunt. 2 versus 3. Austin, the flank was great. The timing was exceptional, but a Vector and the fire rate just too strong.
That quick peek and that quick, swift head removal out of that Vector, it's just so strong. And 23 out of 30 bullets of this AP he's got in this thing loaded up and ready to go. It looks like they're going to make a fake. They're going to rotate it straight back to A, but they do have an anchor. Watchful waiting on the site is going to call this as soon as he hears it, which is right about now. Site is being taken. Watchful's going to take one. It's down to Dev to try and make some action happen here. Action Jackson on the swing, but there's 3 peeking into him at once. And that's going to close out another round for Unknown, 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Unknown watchful of the rotation. Pun intended. The 3-piece. Got himself a box set. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a trilogy. Unknown find themselves one short of a trilogy on the scoreboard when it comes to points as well. 2 exceptional rounds out of Unknown as they weather the storm of a very creative Invictus attempt. The second round attack does not quite make it through.
It's honestly surprising to see Barb on the marksman. I know he doesn't favor it very much. I know he is very much so a VSS or a SR3M player a lot of the time, but it's kind of nice to see him on a different role, trying to take a different position for his team, you know, and gain that leverage. All the shots ring out, half HP on IFP, and it looks like there's a player pushed into the site. Jess is gonna go down. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3! Oh my God, Watchful! You can't do that! You just uncontested the whole sandwich! Nobody can push you! Not even a quarter of HP! And there he goes!
Oh my God!
Oh, the ace!
There is just no way! Ladies and gentlemen, on the main stage, when it really doesn't matter at all, take a fucking bow, holy Watchful! You've got to be joking me, he's 9-0! Bruh!
I mean, I'm speechless. I was a flawless execution.
The headshot of the jump peak as well over KFC is just it's just like lighting the candle on the birthday cake. It's literally christening it with a chef's kiss. It's so good. Invictus are gonna have to find a way through the mental for this one now. It's gonna be Nuclear who's gonna have one back as Watchful and Cruisin are gonna take 2 IFPS in response though, as both members from Unknown that got kills are also down. Immediate 3v3 read. Stabilizing of the round as Invictus are looking to try and find a footing in this grand final.
Oh, you know, I've actually noticed a lot of these players are using that boosted sight. I wonder if that has anything to do with height over bore adjustments for the guns.
Oh my.
Bomb is going to go down. And so is IFP, quickly being leaked out from under his own feet as he's prone to the floor, and Dev Demith waiting in sandwich, gonna try and pick up. Oh, he does. He gets Strix. And it's down to Barbaric with the bolt action in a 1v2. Can he slam home a double ringer and take him into this final round for round 4? But no, it's Invictus gonna pick up their first round, 1-3.
What a game. Invictus do find one. It's finally on the cards, and no surprise that Nuclear and Dev Demith are the ones leading the charge, Austin.
I'm still living off the high of that ace. I don't even know. I gotta keep pushing forward here though as we keep moving on into these rounds. 1-3 Invictus pulling out a stockpile of their own. They might actually be able to pull this one back here if they continue to put up a successful rounds like that. Dev
Oh, yeah, almost.
into Watchful here. Oh, almost grabs him on the back end, but not quite enough damage dealt there. Only quarter HP taken away. Dev also missing a little bit of HP here on the trade. Nade's going to come out. Not quite going to pick up any kills, though. There's a player on the flank, though. Working his way back up towards B to jungle, it looks like.
I wonder if every player is going to tell me it's their birthday before they play a crucial match from now on, and it's going to be classed as being their birthday when you get an ace. If that becomes a joke in Tarkov, I'm gonna be so down for that. Must be his birthday. Why? He got a 5-piece, full-fledged damage.
Oh, we got the first one out. Oh, Sleek! Quick with the shots. But Jess, quick to fire back, gonna pick up Strix, and now we have pickup sticks as Sleek prone to the floor and Watchful. IFP both doing what they're trying to do here, trying to maintain this leveraged position. Bomb is down 40 seconds.
Jude, Jude, we're not in the playground, mate. Get us back on the floor. Jude is being
He's on the
most
jungle gym
disgusting.
right
Look
now.
at this. This is such a positional call. Bob knows it's there, though. Gonna be better positioning for Judicious to find Barb on that flank. I love those cheeky little spots. They don't care that he knows that he's there. Just gonna play the angle anyway. Cruz is gonna push it towards Jess. IFPS, the one with the shotgun. Cruz does win his fight to Jess, but IFPS responsible to Slicks for 2.
Oh, he could have stuck that.
He could, but he doesn't need to because he's going to take the head of IFP off. But with 7 seconds on the round, Jude's got time to swing and not enough time for the defuse. Invictus do pull another one back to 2 and 3. It's not over yet, Austin. This is going to be a close one all the way down to the wire.
Unknown seem to have pulled the gas off, their foot off the gas pedal a little bit here. Barbaric kind of getting a little bit of struggle here with this op in hand, 1 and 4. I think he just needs to get in his mental space. I mean, he is the IGL, right? He is leading the charge. So whether or not he has kills doesn't matter so long as his team actually makes the space and does what they're supposed to do off of his calls.
Cruising for 1. Jess goes down. IFP has got a response, though, as Cruising gets shut down immediately. 1 for 1. The bomb sitting towards B main, and this member to Heaven's going to clear this B site. And you want to talk about an overstack on a defending side, Austin. This is free entry. But the one thing that Barbaric is extremely well known for is a lightning fast rotation to cover. Round as one, Blink has Dead the Myth from the outside. Barb not managing to find the shot with the AWP down the right side of the third lane. Is also going to get taken out by Jude as bomb is planted on site. IFP wins his fight up the stairs into the birthday boy. And it's Sleek and Strix. Slicks left alone in a 2v3. One down as X marks the spot, but X also marks the bottom of the magazine as Strix goes down. Nuclear finds himself a successful trade back as Sleek is left last alive versus Heaven. And Nuclear have to try and take this one home with 25 on the clock.
A lot of time ticking down here. 15 seconds left, and Nuclear going to close out that round there. 3-3. We're all tied up, and it's anyone's ball game at this point.
Who's your money on now, Austin? You've seen 6 rounds. Who do you favor?
At this point, I don't know.
It's like throwing a kunai into the shadow realm at this point, isn't it? It's pure guesswork. It is pure guesswork. It's anybody's game. And do you know what? Chat, that's the most honest thing you'll ever hear out of Casting Booth. I absolutely love that from Austin. He's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You couldn't guess it either way. You could throw a stick in the wind and it would just continue to sail at this point in time because not even the stick knows where it's going to land up. This is great, and this is the kind of entertainment we love to see from the top tier of competitive Escape from Tarkov Arena. You got Watchful on 11 and 3, cruising for a bruising into IFP, but this time it's KFC dominance for Unknown.
He was ready for that prone angle there. But once you get caught doing something you do a lot, you know, it ends up being something that they track you doing often. So you got to mix it up a little bit, start playing a little more like a wild card. Bomb going to show itself over here, though.
Respectfully, how many times are Invictus going to 1v1v1
Uh-oh,
walk
Jess is on the flank
into
on
Watchful?
Cruisin'. The Cruisin's red at half HP, though. The bomb is going to rotate its way down towards Heaven and onto the B site. Still a player remaining on that B site.
Pretty hurt right now. Is this okay? 1v1 on the B site. Dev does not realize that Strix is just the other side of cover. Full plant. Strix is going to swing. That's going to be 3 kills. He takes the time to play it really well there from Strix. You swing early, you give a chance for the bomb planter to get off, but you don't swing that first couple of seconds. It gives you good chance to commit. Jez is left with a tough fight all the way down the lane and 5 members to deal with. Unknown closeout. They're number 4. The 7th round in their favor.
No deaths. Kind of a flawless round there. I mean, a lot of damage was taken, but nobody quite got taken out, and they had full time to retake the site, even with 5 players. Three to 4. Round number 8. starting off strong. Is Invictus going to tie this up? Are we going to see a point to point here? Or is Unknown going to come out of the woodwork and show them exactly why they're the Titans of the scene?
The one thing I would say is, when it's been an Invictus round, has it been a convincingly flawless round? No, it's been down to like 2s and 3s, whereas Unknown have come out of a couple of rounds with 5 standing and a very, very authoritative victory. That being said, as I was just about to compliment the Unknown squad, Jez gets the first blood.
The curse initiated.
Watchful. Oh my word. Push forward. It's not even a walkout, it's a creep out, but it finds a great pick on timing.
Quickly they are to assimilate onto the B site.
Good read from IFP. He's over twice. He's going to be forced into a swing now. The left hand is not in the favour though, as he gets 1-2. Strix on a rampage.
Down to a 2v4. Time is ticking. 55 seconds left on the clock, and Dev is still in this flank position. Left Jess all on his lonesome here. Is Jess going to be able to pull one out of the woodwork? Watchful! Going to get taken down by Dev Demith. Strix, though, going to take down Jess, and that leaves Dev all on his lonesome in a 1v3 situation, and it's down to the wire. 40 seconds left on the clock. All he has to do is take out 3 remaining members or get this bomb down and stall for time.
All he
But
has
that's
to
a
do is take
tall
out the
order.
3 remaining members, he says. Just stall for
I
time
mean,
for
this
2
is the
seconds.
same. This was the same Dev we saw drop 23 kills earlier in the day on
True.
another team. So anything is possible.
You did have to remind me of that, actually. Yeah, good point. Okay, never mind. You're not wrong. It's still a Vector at long range, though. That's the one downside to Dev's kit in this that the Unknown squatters seem to be very aware of, is B has a lot of length to it. And the Vector, the further the distance, you know, the more wayward those bullets tend to spray. The other thing I want to pay very close attention to, Unknown has an Enforcer,
Uh-oh.
but it's not the shotgun.
Oh.
This is the PS12A leg meta Enforcer, by the way, baby. This is a Clusa Special, is this. For any of you Easy Div 2 fans out there. The one member that didn't quite make it onto the roster page, but is absolutely a member of the team.
Look at this. Quickly, we're seeing the first B take on the rip. It's straight off the go and out the bat and off to the pitch we go. And here we are on the baseball field of the victory. Cruz is going to pick up Judicious with a wonderful opening nade. And there's Watchful grabbing one. IFP with the Piranha, though, ringing Hellfire onto the toes. Oh, close to no
on the
dice.
floor. Dev's got one back. Doesn't actually find the kill. Bob's got one back onto Dev. Jez is last alive in a 1v3. And Strix has only got half health to play with. What is going on? Bomb is down. 40 seconds. Austin, it's chaos.
And look at this, though. Jess also opting into the Vector. Going for long-range engagements with a Vector is kind of nuts. I mean, I've seen people do it, but...
Got so many magazines, though.
about to
5 mags
spot
to
him.
play with. Yep. 1v3. Strix is down.
there's one.
Good shots.
Uh-oh. We got a smoke on the play. 12 seconds left. Does it have enough time to bloom? Or did it fall in the crack? Looks like it fell.
One. No. It looks so good. The idea was like maybe a second, 2 at most, maybe too late. Extremely close. Extremely close.
I mean, he had to take care of that player that was very, very close to him there off the rip, where he was just going to get punished immediately through the smoke trying to defuse, right? I mean, not like Heaven or Hell could have contested. I mean, they could have just contested it just as easily, but it's a longer distance. You're running up against distance and shots being fired over that distance. You know, with the way the bullet trajectory works in the game, you could have very well gotten an easy defuse on it if the smoke had came out at the proper time right after the kill, but unfortunately that's not the way the cookie crumbled. In fact, we're going to be seeing some early flashes and bomb immediately onto the site being planted in that very close position to E-Box.
Good to see the pressure from Watchful as the spray goes down, so he's going to find one with the utility. IFP paying the price. Grenade goes off in the background as Dev Demith just looking to spray something through the smoke, trying to hope for one of those picks in the common positioning, but as the site pressure is relieved, Nuclear's going to pick out Barbaric looking for an aggressive push. One on site, one sandwich, one KFC, one deep towards hole. Unknown have a really strong hold on this. 25 on the clock, one for one. Judicious and Strict pick up one apiece. 3 versus 3. The clock ticking down and 20 left on it. Jez does have access to bomb, but Unknown have better positioning to be able to hold this off now. Victus needs to take sandwich control to get the site member, but Watchful with the crucial pick on the right member finds the closest one to the bomb, and that's going to completely defuse the round for Unknown. They close out the kills and claim another 3-7, one away from match point.
Watchful birthday boy picking up a big 15 and 5. Uh-oh.
Wait, did Loot Goblin disconnect?
No,
No,
it looks
Watchful
like
did.
we lost Watchful.
Okay. Well, thankfully that's at the beginning of the round, so we're just going to vibe out, chat. It is currently 3 to Invictus, 7 to Unknown, and with Watchful disconnected, both teams will most likely just vibe out and hang time. The game will be fully reset back up to this point in time so they can continue as they were. So we'll be joining you back in the caster camps in about 5 seconds.
Man, oh man, what a tough matchup this has been for Invictus. I mean, they have put on a show, though. They really have put out a lot of pressure onto Unknown here. It's just not quite worked out in their favor, as you know, Unknown has been putting that key pressure on them and just not letting it stop. It's just tough, especially when they're getting the bomb plants down so quickly. They're taking the sites and executing it on demand. I mean, it's looking like what Invictus was doing to the other teams, just in reverse.
It's not a tragic thing for Invictus at this point in time as well.
No.
Watchful had the disconnect, so Invictus are going to get a moment here to have a breather. Okay, they're going to be allowed a second to just get that mental flowing again, have a little chat back and forth. You know, what do we need to see happening? What do we need to see adjusted to be able to find this victory here? Where are we dropping the ball? Where are we making the mistakes? How can we adjust? Because so far, like you said, I mean, punch for punch, Invictus have just about met Unknown blow for blow on Skybridge, but the switching of sides has seen Unknown step into the next gear, which we know them so familiarly for having, and that is gear SS plus rating, okay, where they just super slam everything. And if you are in the way of the bullets that are slung your way, you are going to be lying down or given the quick fast pass to the bench for the round to watch it out as it crumbles to defeat. So it's a tough one. Unknown are playing at the top of their game. Invictus are too, and it is a very, very close match so far. But it's this next round has to be Invictus, right? It's 3-7. That 8th round is the doom and gloom round, right? That's the shadow over the horizon, the potential silver lining. One round, yeah, one round that it puts you. The difference between being on 7 and being on 8, not just match point, but it's like you can't make any mistakes then. All right, when one team reaches 8 rounds, that's it. You don't have a chance to make any more errors because a good team will put you away for it, and that one error is the end of the game. So for Invictus right now, it is just, breathe in, breathe out. We're doing an exceptional job so far. Let's just keep up this mentality. Let's keep being aggressive. Let's keep taking our advantages, our good gunfights, and let's just give it our all the way to the end. They've had a phenomenal tournament. A second place seed is definitely not something to be slouched over. But there's no way Invictus are coming into this thinking that they want second. They are out here to try and win today.
Yeah, and it's gonna be. They just gotta. I mean, if they can lock it in on this next round here and really bring it in the crucial moments, they might be able to bring it back, put them into overtime, or if not, take the match themselves. They just have to really, really focus up, clear that mentality, put all those other rounds away behind you. This is your time to move forward. This is your time to take space. This is your time to play aggressive. Maybe get in the enemy's head a little bit. Maybe play around with the fact that they lost a person. Now they have to restart the match, right? So it's a tough situation, but I think they can bring it forward. I think they can get ahead of the game here if they really put their best foot forward.
With you on that one. And I think, Unknown are going to be more than familiar with this. Okay, let's be real. They've been through many a tournament environment, so in the competitive scene, I'm sure they've had a couple of disconnects every now and then in their time. They've weathered the
yeah.
storm before. So I expect that their environment right now will be, light-hearted, positive. They'll be cracking jokes, having a laugh about, trading off the rounds, how they're grenading each other or shooting each other to fix the scoreline for the folks at home. For the same for Invictus, you've got to think a similar thing. All right, we talk about this in competitive gaming, that the mentality and the mindset, especially the attitude and the environment in a team, is a huge part as to how well a team is able to adapt and to outperform or overperform what is expected on the day. And keeping that positivity is a huge step in that there. The Invictus squad have only ever done great things throughout their tournament journey here in the Proving Grounds and have only got great memories to look back on to inspire them further forward from this. So I can only think that they've got to be in a similar mindset. You've got to be like, look, we've taken it all the way through the best of 3 earlier on today, which realistically Invictus could have had a tough fight. New Dawn, Panderic both had the potential to be able to take a victory into the Invictus. Let's be realistic, okay? Panderic didn't manage to do it. New Dawn did manage to do it, but not consistently back to back, and that's why Invictus have earned their spot here, fighting off against Unknown.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, got to do what we got to do, and we got to put our best foot forward and keep on trucking, because that's just what we have to do. And honestly, with this amazing NA scene that we have going on right now, I can't ask for better players, better people currently to represent us in this Proving Grounds. The ones that we've had thus far, a lot of the players being very respectful, a lot of the players being very cordial and being very helpful with us, working with us in the best way that they can. And I think, it's great. I'm just so happy and proud to be here. This is one of the best moments of my life, other than when my kids were born and I got married. It's some of the stuff that I just absolutely enjoy doing is casting and being a part of the esports scene. And I can't wait to see what kind of stuff unfolds in the future here with Tarkov Arena.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, folks, we're going to be remaking that lobby up for the guys at home. We're going to be getting right into it very shortly. Just currently waiting for a confirmation on that right now. So if you're looking to go and quickly run away from the PC, go and grab something or tune out for a moment because you need to fetch something or do something, now's the time, folks. Nip away from your screen, go grab, do what you need to do, get the real life things in check, because these teams are quickly slamming themselves back together for us to be loading into the lobby for the final few rounds of this one here. We are looking forward to seeing whether it is going to be Unknown closing us 2 more rounds out to take themselves crowned Vanguard Proving Grounds champions, or whether the Invictus squad have got what it takes to be able to turn around a 7-3 scoreline to be able to look beyond, should we say, the Unknown title.
Beyond the unknown. And I mean, how much more unknown could it get? I mean, the possibilities are endless here if the players can pull themselves up by their bootstraps and bring themselves back into the fold. But I think, honestly, Cracked, how do you think the teams will respond to how well this tournament has went so far? I'm hoping to see a lot of great feedback from this, from a lot of the players in this scene. Give us all this great feedback so we can continue to do stuff like this with Loot Goblin and continue to put on this wonderful show and performance for all you guys, so that everyone can continue to enjoy and grow the scene as best as we can.
So one thing that is going to be sent out towards the end of the tournament for all of the captains that have participated in this is a feedback sheet. We're going to get the teams to try and collate all of their feedback from their experience through the Proving Grounds tournament. We'll get 1 captain per team to send us a message, so we don't have 60 messages in the in the DMs to sort through. But we're going to collate all that information and feedback, put it into the Vanguard gaming brain, get it cooked back up for the next time, so we can bring you something even better than what was brought on the first outing here. And I have to say, as somebody that's been part and parcel to a fair amount of first endeavors in the EFT competitive scene, I have to say the Vanguard Gaming have done an exceptional job on their first time around, and it is a delight to be here to be able to help them with it.
Very, very true. A very wonderful job they've done. And, you know, all said and done, we can't thank them enough. We can't thank Loot enough for putting this on. We can't thank any of them enough. All the moderators, all the players, and you guys in chat. We can't thank you guys enough for being here and participating with us in this wonderful event today and over the past weekends, the last the last weekend as well as this weekend. It's just been a wonderful experience. And at the end of the day, it's all for fun and games. It's all, you know, it all comes down to the sportsmanlike conduct that the teams portray and show up and show that, you know, at the end of the day, we can shake hands and all go home as victors, whether we're winners or losers. At the end of the day, everyone's going to take home a little slice of something, and it might be, you know, knowledge. It might be more effort that they need to put into their strategies and more time, but it's wonderful. It's a wonderful experience, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who wouldn't want to be here on a slamming Sunday, all right, with the final in front of our eyes between two titans of the scene? We've not just had Unknown showing us exactly what they're made of and the reason why they are considered one of the top teams, if not the top team of NA at this moment in time. All right, but not only that, Invictus showing us a performance that is equally as strong, potentially good enough to be able to challenge these guys.
And let's still, what was the last match for Invictus versus New Dawn? 9-2? Am I correct on that one? 9-2 or 9-1? Yeah.
It was.
I mean,
they were both crushing the victories. Let me put it that
they
way.
were both crushing it. Both teams, New Dawn and Invictus, were crushing it. Especially, I mean, how close it was on Skybridge for Invictus versus New Dawn. That was such a tight game there. It could have been anyone's. It was back and forth, left and right. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, New Dawn had that better attacking side, which gave them more secure rounds, which gave them the possibility to take Skybridge, right? But when it came down to bowl, it was quite the opposite. Invictus had something to prove. They had the wire pulled straight out. They were ready to go. And the bomb just kept going and getting every aspect of it done. I mean, what can we ask more than the phenomenal games we've seen today, yesterday, last Sunday, and the Saturday before that? I mean, there's nothing else I can say about that, honestly.
There's many things I could say. Sorry, I'm just giggling at the banter in the chat at this moment in time. As No Technique thinks after his shots that he whipped on screen this tournament that he's going to be winning any form of 1v1 in the future is an absolute joke to me. I can't wait to see that riot happen on screen on Wednesday. But speaking of clapping cheeks, No Technique's bald cheeks will have to wait. That's a Wednesday occasion. For now, we're going to get to see whose cheeks are getting clapped for the title of the Vanguard Proving Grounds champions. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Invictus have fought their way through a gauntlet today to be able to make it to the final stage, to be able to face off against Unknown, who have rightfully earned their chance for a breather. Everybody's asking if they're okay, guys. Barbaric is just proving that Sleek is very definitely not okay. Not that any of the guys at home are going to get to see that. They're just currently testing the waters. But as the rounds do start to begin to be reset, we're going to be slowly creeping our way ever so closer to closing out this match. We're going to a 7-3 scoreline. Unknown currently holding the favour in that one, 7 rounds to 3. IFP is currently blowing everybody up with the grenaders. Of course, you know, those rounds being reset is done most efficiently by dropping one of those V40s in the pockets of your friends. Don't do it in ranked games or your own ranked games, folks, because that will get you your account temporarily blocked or banned. But in a custom game, anything goes.
It's all fair in love and war, and the shots ring out as Barbaric absolutely slams down the home run on his teammates inside the home base. Man. You think with all these kills coming up on the board here, we'd see a bunch of these aces coming out. It's new record set.
I'm not sure that's quite how that works, I'm going to be honest with you. Because they don't register on teammates, unfortunately. Barbaric's having a good time trying to shoot at some windows. You guys don't get to see this, like I say, you're not able to sort of witness the rounds being reset, but I'm sure, as you could probably tell, it's a very simple process. Yeah, everybody spawns. One team decides to remove the rest of their teammates from the equation before the other so that the round goes that way. And meanwhile, other members use the grid lines on the windows to practice their accuracy, which is, obviously very exciting to watch.
Wow. I wish you guys could see this. Barb is locked in on those lines, like absolutely pixel perfect, tracing every single line.
Do you know what? I wonder if we can. Lou, is there any way we could delight the folks at home with what's going on right now, just so they can see a little bit of the background of what actually happens when it comes into making the tournaments, and when people are that's to reset the rounds. All right, this is how our players, they keep the mental good. All right, they deal with also going through their effort. Okay, we forget at home, folks. These guys don't just play on a competitive level, but they also have to do their bit in helping us get back to where the scoreline is, and so on and so forth. So, it's nice to see how this sort of plays out once in a while. The guys are, currently sizing each other up, just having a bit of fun with it. A little bit of a lean here and there. But there we go.
Another round going to unknown. Who would have thought? Oh no, deja vu. We're back at it again.
So this is what it looks like, folks. This is what it looks like at home for you guys when they get into the round. I think if the spectator takes his way on over to IFP, I think we're going to find IFP is going to drop the best 5-piece grenade you've ever seen in the world. Boom. There you go. The entirety of the Invictus lineup taken out in 1v40. Beautiful work. Meanwhile, Unknown just perching. Just having a good time. 7 rounds to Unknown. Now you're going to get to see how Unknown do it, folks, all right? Because Invictus, they need 3 rounds on the board for themselves. Who's going to be the grenade extraordinaire? The Watchful is trying to line up that crosshair. Everybody huddles round for a team. Oh, no. Uh-oh. That's a bad game of hot potato. Boom! And Sleek finds a 5-piece.
I wonder if they're going to trade off. Who's going to get the 5 pieces in a row here?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to say, they're going to give it to Sleek again to get the 5-piece. Is because, let's be honest, Austin, all right? Let's talk to us about a little bit of, speaking of calling people out, since how we gave Techie the wildest com in the world just then. When you were resetting your game on the first weekend, was it yourself that managed to throw 2 grenades at your own feet and not kill yourself with?
Yes, I did in fact do that. I had to run around and hop until I finally
fell over.
Until I finally
literally
collapsed and fell to the ground as all my orifices were bleeding completely out. But this is looking pretty interesting with the way that is gonna go. Yeah.
They're definitely working it out properly. So the rounds are going to swap now because 8 rounds have been done, but we still need 2 more from Invictus on the scoreboard. So again, Sleek is going to go for the grenade. Like we said, sometimes people are banned from throwing the grenade because some people don't do the greatest of the job. Oh, that's a perfect one. Barbaric this time is going to be the one to commit the crime. The more vectors being selected. Now remember, folks, these are the kits that people are going to be using for the continuation of the game. It will be the same kits that were locked in at the swapping of the sides. So just to remind yourselves of that, Judicious, IFP, Assault and Enforcer respectively. 2 vectors, Jez and Depthemyth on those. Nuclear on the Assault. Both Assault classes will be AK-12s there. The Invictus lineup just running the 1 Enforcer on that shotgun for the Piranha. But this time, Unknown did bring an Enforcer to the table.
Oh yeah. And here we go. Then this round is the start. Could be the start of the end, Cracked. I mean, what else can we do but pray and hope? Invictus has got their mental reset. They're ready to go and ready to get into this match.
Well, it's either going to be 2 rounds of magic or 5 rounds of pain, one way or the other. One of these 2 teams is going to find their way to match point shortly. Potentially take themselves all the way to the victory. Invictus are going to have taken this fresh reset as a chance to be able to come out swinging again. The first swing from IFP does not find success though. Depthemyth trades one back. Strix finds one. Barbaric going down. Watchful finds Nuclear. Jez takes out Strix.
Watchful going to take down Jess, and now it's down to a 3v2, and Dev with half HP, slowly climbing up here, and cruising. Gonna find Dev lurking inside, but Judicious is on the flank, still full HP and ready and hungry to go. There's one. Can he find the next two and gain this round for himself? 40 seconds left on the clock to deactivate this device, and I'm stuttering for words as the absolute proverbial absolute slammer comes out. Cruising, almost getting his head taken completely off. Judicious, though, gonna swing around, gonna do it at 180, but not quite 180 enough as the 360 comes out, and there goes Watchful to Cruising with the smashing jump shot.
Yeah, Cruising trying his best. And this time around, it is good enough. Cruising, the first kill he took, Austin, he really was cruising. Just standard walking pace, gun up, crosshair placement on point, clears the angle properly, and, well, reaction time from inside of VIP does not find success for Invictus. Unknown have an astonishing 5 match points.
And we are on match point, and it's looking like a dire situation. Can we see some upset come in here? Let's get us into a tie game here. We want to see more action, more power, more power.
So they've tried to A fake from B, where they've actually split. Cross on jungle is actually going to go in the way of Invictus. 2 kills for the favor of Invictus so far are going to find them stronger. The 2-man squad on the A site, though, is going to swing at exactly the perfect timing to leave IFP in a 1 versus 2, but it's a 1 versus 2 with the Enforcer and the shotgun. Oh no, Bam's going to get planted. The shotgun's going to swing aggressively. He might find more than one at this point in time, but the support has come in from the unknown squad. 3 versus 3. Nades out towards site. Sleek very low in health.
Cruising also very low in health.
Look at the flank. Oh, Jude timing.
Little hop up over the box.
Bob's on the watch.
30 seconds.
2 shots in. Dev finds one. Sleek goes down. Direct does close Dev back out though. Shut it down. Dev. Oh, Bob gets the second. He wins it off, but IFP has the trade. The device is going to be defused. Invictus. They've done it, Austin. It's one of the first lives. They've managed to close the gap to 4.
Many more to go that they need to bring out here, but as we know, it could be up to any of them to complete this round out and continue on. Man, oh man, this is a game, set, maybe match. Let's find out.
But Invictus have managed to knock one on the head. And they've got to keep doing it continuously, back to back to back to back, to even find overtime here. Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to keep going in the overtime at that point, haven't they? But the crucial point now is it's one mistake. One mistake and Unknown close this out. Oh, is this... Look at the defense from Invictus on the B site. This is wild. This is all on timing. Invictus either get the flank... Oh my word, you're right. And is it going to be quick enough? There's 3 of them. No! Sleek gets both of the members on the A side. Saves the back of Bilbo. It's all just about done for. Strix is on the flank watch, and he's going to be the first point of contact, confirming 3 more. Barbaric has 1 of the remaining 2 Invictus members, and it's going to be none other than Barb to close it out for the 3rd. Unknown take an exceptional 9-4 round after what was set up to be absolute cinema, but Sleek slams the door shut on any thoughts of a fairy tale story with a god-tier grenade. Gifted. Absolutely gifted from the hand of God himself. What a phenomenal throw.
That really picked up the pace. They picked it up very quick at the end there. They were ready to go and ready to wow out.
Even in that fashion, it's still cinema. Like, what a play to have to take that home, where Invictus have made such a risky call on the B side that looks god tier for timing. But Sleek lands just the grenade. He's him. There's only one grenade that lands right there and that just does exactly what you need because of how the player's gone. And it is otherworldly.
Absolutely. Man, that 9-4 though, not a bad play for Invictus, right? They came and they showed up and they played really well. Like, they played at some of the top performance levels that we have seen in the entire tournament. So, with that, I would like to thank all the teams for coming out, for everybody showing up and participating in this wonderful event. We can't thank you guys enough for being here. You guys are the ones that make all the magic really happen. We're just here to talk about it and yap, 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 and that's what we do.
Oh, yes. Well, that being said, though, this is the end. That is the conclusion to your Vanguard Proving Grounds tournament. And Proving Grounds they were. We've seen New Dawn rise to new heights. We've seen Invictus go that one step further. But we have also seen Unknown now tested on multiple occasions by multiple different teams. And realistically, they've survived the whole way. They have proven to be the strongest team in this NA scene right now. And the highlights at the back end of the game merely stand to ground to be an attempt to distract us from the likes of the highlights in the first half of the game, where the birthday boy slammed home one of the most horrifically insane aces I have seen in my entire career casting, as well as everything else in between.
Man, and I honestly still living off the high. It was just I couldn't. My jaw was fully dropped. I was drooling at my desk, trying to figure out what was gonna happen next, and then the jump comes out quick, instant head tap, gone out of there, and a quick flick around, and that was the round. It was so quick. Everything happened so fast, and the ace came out. I mean, it was just a very, very, very good performance coming out of the birthday boy himself, Watchful. And at the end of the day, the rest of the team also showed up and showed out. So we can't really say any much more other than thank you guys. Really, really, we greatly appreciate it.
Our runners-up on the day, Invictus Gaming. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've all got to get some applause and some appreciation and some GGs in the chat for Invictus. It's a great attempt today. It is a phenomenal performance that only just fell short of the mark to a team that is that dominant. It's definitely not something to be disappointed in, and the performance, even in the final, was one to wonder for. But we were given highlights from loads of teams throughout the Proving Grounds, all the way down to some epic battles, including some of the Academy teams and the Div 2 teams showing up a little bit more than what I think some people had expected, which is the reason that we love these kinds of tournaments. It's not always about being the most competitive. It's about sometimes showcasing the talent that goes all the way down through the tiers, and then being able to entertain ourselves and gift ourselves a match performance like this to top it all off with at the end of the Proving Grounds. Well, I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better tournament being run by Vanguard at this point in time. Like I said before, and have many times throughout this tournament, will reiterate one last time, have been blessed with being able to be part of this, and I'm looking forward to more of what Vanguard has got to bring when it comes to tournaments in the future.
Yes, 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 indeed. And honestly, we can't thank all the casters that we've had alongside us as well. Kilted Havoc, Rose Reina, Kirk on the Lurk, Cracked Wisdom, the man himself, myself, Discount Austin Powers. I mean, it has been a wonderful lineup, including Luke Goblin. He casted even if it was just for a short time. He also
Exactly.
put his mantle up there and showed that he was here for the whole thing. He really, really did an awesome job with this, and I'm really at a loss for words, Crack. There's not really anything you can say other than he's a saint. Like, he did all of this work and gathered all of these people and is running all the production. It's wonderful to see.
Really is. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to quickly pull some of the scenes off of the stage. We're going to set ourselves a little interview tent up in the middle of the arena with one of the winning team members. So, whilst we get that interview lined up for you and set up inside of the booth, we're going to take a small break, all right? So, don't go too far, because after this, we're going to get an interview with Unknown's Barbaric, ready for, I guess, heading into the next set of tournaments and an on-look to the future after their victory in the Vanguard Proving Grounds. Don't go anywhere, because you'll sure want to tune in to this interview right after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back in. That's it. We're done. We've officially cooked up the entirety of our masterpiece that we had for you across the 4 days of the grand first entry into the Vanguard Proving Grounds history books. Finally, the doors have closed on the show, and we have crowned our champions. And thanks to the wonderful team of Unknown, we've been able to fishing rod ourselves, hook, line, and sinker ourselves above Eric into the casting booth so we can have an interview and an insight into the minds behind the champions of the Vanguard's first Proving Grounds. Barbaric, first of all, welcome in. Secondly, congratulations on an exceptional victory today.
Thank you, Craig. Yeah, great to be here. Wonderful tournament, honestly. I had a great time. It was fun because this was the first tournament, I think, that we were trying out a lot of different things. You guys probably saw that. But I'm glad it came into fruition and, we got the result that we were looking for.
Speaking of different things, Austin, I believe you wanted to ask our man here, our resident Balti sniper, about this Balti choice, right? Because, as I'm sure you know, Barb, Austin, obviously, Jack Wienhoff in his game for the Div 2 Epic Fails squad showed us a little bit of expertise on the assault class, but we both know Austin to be very good on his marksman as well. So, Austin, talk to me Barb and a little bit about this Balti. You asked me a question that I'm curious to hear you ask again.
I mean, honestly, I want to know what your thoughts were behind actually picking up the Bolty. Because I know over a while you've had some issues with the Bolty and it being, a not so in your favored kind of pick. I was wondering what your thoughts were when you went in behind picking up this bolt action and like carrying it into the round there.
I was looking at from a like selfless perspective. I
Yeah.
knew Strix is very good with the like his aim and the places that he was playing. It was consistently close quarter, and his aim is probably the best in the region. So I was like, I'll take the hit. I'll go play a marksman. I'll play the passive role. It's fine. I can handle it. And there were some unfortunate instances where I did hit people and they were all 135 damage. I swear to God, I'm gonna remember that number for the rest of my life. The amount of 135s I saw at post death, it is what it is. Like I can't make excuses. I should have hit it in the head or something or upper chest, but I that's why I took that bolty. I was not really fond of it, and I'm probably not gonna use it ever again. it's not for me.
It's such a true feel. I've got to agree. As a Balti enjoyer myself as well, the 135, or the one that gets me is 123. Okay, when you hit the soft armor, it's 123 to something because you got an armpit, and it's like, yeah, but no. Like, you can shoot someone in the armpit with any other gun, and it's a near kill shot. Even sometimes when it probably shouldn't be, but no. The TRG, the IP bullet, it's apparently it's not big enough. I don't know, Bob.
I don't know. I see Kevin using it and he's just one tapping everything from a pixel peak to a wide peak, and then I tried to do the same thing and I'm just like slapped around. I don't get it. Maybe he has something, some secret that he has that he doesn't want to convey to people or something. I don't know.
There
he's
was
probably the best
whispers.
sniper, though.
So there was whispers in the chat, and I wanted to ask you actually on the Balti question. This is why I wanted to get Austin to go first. So I wanted to feed into this. So a little wise man in the chat, a little Dicky Bird, whispered to me that the longer barrel on the TRG has become a lot more favored recently because of the shorter barrel's issues with hit reg and that particular not killing people with the one shot.
Really?
Is there any logic behind the longer barrel correlating to the bullet aerodynamics that might actually lead to an explanation behind that? Are you aware that is that a potential there? Thinking about it, could that hypothetically be the difference?
I mean, it's potential that maybe the short barrel is bugged. You never know.
Okay.
Things might be like there's a lot of times, for example, a lot of people said PAB 9 is bugged, but I use it regularly. I've never had that issue. But for some reason, some people just can't get any hit reg with PAB 9. Same with CBJ. So it is potential. There might be a person-to-person thing, connection-to-connection thing, maybe a bug-to-bug thing. I don't know. Like sometimes you just gotta do and try out new things. I'm never gonna use that sniper again. Likely chances, I'll rather use a single fire gun than use that gun ever again.
I do love the TRG. It is a good weapon, but it's a very weapon of choice scenario.
Yep.
Maybe you should pick up the DVL and see how that one runs.
Maybe a Mosin. Maybe that's the next move.
Oh, yeah, the shorty Mosin kind of slams, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, you can run around with it too without a scope. So there's that.
It's a lot of fun.
Pocket Mosen's on the horizon, it sounds like, from both Dap and Bob here, our
Yep.
abbreviated members. Question for the mental on the team, though. You watched Invictus lose 9-11 on Skybridge.
Mhm.
You see them dominate on Bowl. Was there a mentality behind taking them back to Skybridge for this final? Was that an aim for your team going into this? And were you worried if you were to end up on Bowl instead?
Well, I can't disclose too much details, because there's always a
Oh.
game plan. But we're cooking something up for Bowl, so just keep watching. We just wanted to play our normal game and take them on Skybridge because we saw they had difficulty, and I kind of wanted to utilize that mental because I'd imagine they didn't feel comfortable on Skybridge, and that's why they lost it. So I was like, likely chances that they'll ban four, and I'll ban Bowl, and then the options will be between Bay 5 and Sky, and they know we're good on Bay 5. And if they choose Bay 5, we choose defense. So there was always that mental game going on in the back end that I was like, yeah, maybe Skybridge, because we haven't shown ourselves on Skybridge yet all throughout the game tournament. So that's why I said let's do defense Skybridge.
Fair
It was
enough.
a show out indeed.
Yeah, I'm happy with the result. Everybody in my team does their jobs. They put a lot of time outside, and we scrim a lot. In the past month or so, I think we've had maybe 25 scrims. We don't have rest days. So there is a method to why we are so consistent. It's because we play a lot, and sometimes the boys need a little bit of a break, and we might take a break here, a day or two. You never know.
Yeah,
but
I can definitely agree with that. I mean, spent
Yeah.
more than enough Wednesday mornings till 6 a.m. in the morning myself on the coaching side of having the Epic Fails guys play you. I've got to say, actually, Bob, that's something I think that the NA scene really is taking on board as a whole across the region. Actually, is putting the
Mhm.
work into scrims. I have to give it. We've heard New Dawn have been putting a lot of effort in. It's shown in the proving grounds. I know from coaching both the Div 1 Div 2 Epic Fails squads that they are trying to be as consistent with training as possible. If it's not daily, every day of the week, it's as many that people are available for, and varying people fitting in their real lives in between it. You guys are on it nearly every day, if not every day of the week. Again, availability permitting from, conversations I have with yourselves and Watchful in and out of the week when you guys are, just we bump into each other throughout the community through various interactions. It's a very common thing in NA. Like, you train hard, you play hard, and I think a lot of
Yep.
teams are showing that. Do you feel like the level of competition on a whole was brought up in the proving grounds here because of that?
So that's the process of a growing scene, right? It's everybody is putting in effort. I see teams consistently scrimming, practicing, playing together. At the end of the day, everybody wants to compete, and there's a level of excitement in competing. And I love that about your team as well. Epic Fails is one of my favorite teams. They help out us a lot, and I hope we do the same thing with them. Um, they've been scrimming us here every time I message them and I say, hey, you guys want to scrim today? And they're like, yeah, let's do it. It's almost like they're excited to play us. And I think that is a very good sign for the people on board that they take their losses as their wins, even when they lose. So I'm happy to see Epic Fails growing as a team consistently, and I hope it continues as well. And for the other teams, there's a lot of issues with scheduling. Um, I would love to get more scrims against Pan or I don't know, like Invictus and all, but everybody has lives. It's hard to schedule that time for 2-3 hours every night. So we try to do our best to scrim as much as we can with anyone, and we're open to scrimming anyone as well. So That's how our approach is, or at least my team's approach is.
Good way to approach it, 100%. I'm gonna actually take a little hint from the chat, and bearing in mind it's the guy's birthday today. I think we're gonna have to let him go. So it sounds like Mr. Watchful is waiting on a swift release to go and rest and eat. Well, I'm never one to be able to separate a man from his food, so we are gonna pull the
Yeah.
interview to a close just now. We're gonna wish you a congratulations for final time. So to
Thank you.
Barbaric, Sleek, Strix, Watchful, Undead. Okay. We'll even pull him in there. All right. Every
Hey,
member.
Cruiser.
And don't worry, we're getting there. We're getting there. And Mr. Cruising for a Bruising. All right. With a smooth slide onto site. Don't you worry. It's all locked up in there. The whole Unknown squad. A phenomenal performance. And congratulations on becoming the Vanguard Proving Grounds champions. Will we be seeing you the next time? We don't know. But we are going to find out that one on the horizon. For every single one of you Tarkov slammers in chat. Thank you for being here. As always, the kings and queens of the core are you guys sat in the Coliseum cheering from the crowd, as well as those that earn it on the day. So thank you to every single one of the participants that took part, the supporters, the coaches, the background staff, the production, Luke Goblin, Placebo Pizza, Biohazard, every single one of you, even if I haven't bumped into you throughout the production, the bits you've done beforehand. If you're a spreadsheet creator, if you made a document, if you took part in the graphics, these shout outs go out to you for your awesome effort. And a final thank you, obviously, to every single one of my compadres, all right, my comrades in the casting booth, Discount Austin Powers, Kirk on the Lurk, Kilted Havoc, Rose, Rainer. There is so many people, all right, that have been getting involved in this, including the man himself, Luke. Whilst he's busy spectating, whilst he's organizing teams, and whilst he's putting together graphics on the spot, so that this production level can be through the roof. All right, guys, if you want to get involved next time around, we need you. If you'd like to get involved, all you need to do is !Discord, join in with the Vanguard Gaming socials, get yourself known, reach out to Luke Goblin and say, hey, maybe I'd like to help moderate the next tournament. Maybe we'd like to add an extra pair of hands. Let me put it into context for you guys. This level of a production has been brought by one man and 2 supporting mod members per day. That is it. Other than us 2 in the casting bench, 3 people have run the entirety of this event, and look at what quality it has brought. So if you want to be a part of the next great event and help take us to better heights, please reach out and get in touch. From myself, Cracked Wisdom, and we'll give a final word to Austin before we shout out on the day. Thank you for being here. It's been amazing to be able to cast for you, and we're going to look forward to seeing you next time. Austin, any final words for the fans? For the fans? For the fans?
For the fans, all I gotta say is thank you, and please don't hesitate to come again. Hit that follow button down below, and make sure to show all the love and support that you can to this wonderful community. I've been Discount Austin Powers. This is Cracked Wisdom. We'll catch you next time.
Chat.